Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I have your
Welcome to the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine at the Universitas Syakuala, Banda Aceh, Indonesia. This faculty is located in Aceh Province, the land of natural sciences heritage, where we can learn a lot from the nature, from sea to the mountain region, from domestic animals to wildlife, and from the local people and scientists.
Welcome to Universitas Syakuala. It is an autonomous state university in Aceh Province, Indonesia, and recognized with excellent accreditation. USK is a well-known university nationally and globally, providing education and conducting research in the area of natural sciences, engineering, agriculture, social and economic sciences, and veterinary medicine. Our vision: become a social technopreneur university that innovative, independent, and leading at global level. The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, it is one of the oldest faculty within USK, has played important role together with other faculties for its contribution in the development and
with the national and global recognition in the quality of education and research.
For more than 60 years, our veterinary education program has been successful in providing the best hands-on experience to the students. The interactive teaching is delivered in representative facilities to maximize students' experience through small group teaching and early clinical exposure. In our faculty, we have conducted education and research which are supported by 12 integrated laboratories and veterinary teaching hospital, which enable the students build up their medical skills throughout their education programs. The students can learn from both the national and global experts.
As a student, joining the international class of Bachelor in Veterinary Medicine, I am very happy to be part of this faculty because the academic staffs are very supportive and they always encourage us to be more independent and become more creative. And the environment also is very diverse and inclusive since I met my peers from different cultures and backgrounds.
I have been very happy and excited as one of the fast-track students in this faculty. I'm doing my clinical residence and at the same time taking my master degree. By doing this, there's a lot of great opportunity to get involved in interesting research and supervised by competent research.
In Aceh, we have found several of medicinal plants for both human and pet or even farm and animals.
As one of final year student in clinical residency, we are very satisfied with the standard laboratory and representative veterinary educational facility to support all of our practice activity in order to improve our competency to be a future veterinarian.
Our veterinary faculty, as one of the best in Indonesia, conducting the learning process by exploring the animal health and treatment across species, such as farm animals, companion animals, and exotic animals, as well as wildlife species. The location of our faculty in Sumatra Island, Indonesia, allows us to learn directly from the field where most of wildlife species still coexist in the
May I once again have your attention, dear guests and participants? Please ensure that all mobile phones are set to silent mode. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning and warm greetings to distinguished guests, conference participants, and all attendees, ladies and gentlemen, that join us here and online from across the globe.
Welcome to the first International Conference on Sustainable Environmental and Animal Research, or Icsear 2025, proudly organized by
The Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Syah Kuala.
First of all, let's thank to Allah, the Lord of the world, the King of the Day of Judgment, who has given us health and the opportunity to attend and participate in the opening ceremony of this conference.
Peace, love, and salutations to our Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who brings us into the right way of life and leave all the darkness. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Dr. Hewan Baidillah Zulkifli MSI, and my partner,
Dr. Hewan Rosalia M. Anim, SC,
as your Masters of Ceremony today.
Now, we would like to invite Dr. Hewan Teguh Reza Ferashi, MSc PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Syah Kuala, to the stage to welcome and guide Vice Minister of Forestry, Mr. Rohmat Marzuki S. Hood, to deliver online speech. To Dr. Reza, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning to everyone, distinguished guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable, His Excellency, the Vice Minister of Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, Mr. Rohmat Marzuki S. Hood. I think Mr. Vice Minister already online. Selamat pagi, Pak Wamen. Terima kasih sudah berkenan.
Selamat pagi,
hadir
good morning.
Secara online dari Jakarta.
Selamat pagi, good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Community from Syah Kuala University, State University of Padang, Riau University, University Putra Malaysia, and University Malaysia Kelantan, who have collaborated in ensuring the success of this event. Esteemed researchers, academics, and science in the fields of environmental, veterinary, marine, and conservation sciences, distinguished conservationists and honored guests, praise be to the Almighty God for His blessing of health and grace that have enabled us to gather here to participate in the first international conference on sustainable environmental and animal research 2025. This conference provides collaboration, promoting the exchange of innovations and best practices in order to foster environmental sustainability, animal health, and equitable and sustainable management of tropical ecosystems and Sumatran rhinos. This includes the translocation of Javan rhinos under Operation Merah Putih, the rescue of Pari rhinos, rescue of Sumatran rhinos in Aceh. In addition, the Sumatran Rhino Sanctuary will continue to manage intensively in Waikambas National Park, which currently has a population of 10 individual rhinos.
Thank you very much. And please allow us for a few more minutes, Mr.
Recording in
Vice
progress.
Minister. We would like in this occasion, we would like to have an opportunity to give an award from the Minister of Forestry of Republic of Indonesia to the great effort already made based on your presentation as well. There's many programs, strategies, action plan has been made to support the sustainability of Indonesian fauna. So in this occasion, I would like to invite Pak Rektor to please come to the stage to give a certificate of Tokoh Pemerhati Kelestarian Fauna Indonesia 2025 untuk Bapak Menteri Kehutanan Republik Indonesia, Bapak Raja Juli Antoni MA PhD. Pak Rektor, yeah, please come to the stage. And we will give it also visually from here. Baik, thank you very much to Bapak Rektor. Baik, thank you very much to Bapak Rektor for handing the certificate virtually to the Minister of Forestry. And I would like to thank you again, Mr. Vice Minister, for your time to share with us the great information and presentation in this International Conference of Environmental Sustainability and Animal Research. Myself, I would like to apologize for any inconvenience since I take this first opportunity to guide the presentation from the Vice Minister. So then I will return this event to the Master of Ceremonies. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you very much for Dr. Reza. Next, to bless our event for today, let's listen to the recitation of Holy Quran by Rizky Arianda. To Rizky Arianda, time is yours.
Recording stopped.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Ya ayyuhan nasu inna khalaqnakum min dzakarin wa untha. وجعلناكم شعوبا وقبائل لتعارفوا إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. إن أكرمكم عند الله أتقاكم. إن الله عليم خبير. إن الله عليم خبير. صدق الله العظيم.
Next, the recitation of Salawat Badar. Ladies and gentlemen, please stand up.
Salatullah ala
Also extend to how we operate our campus, Universitas Syekh Kuala. We promote environmental sustainability through our Green Campus program, aligning our operation, curricula, and research with Sustainable Development Goal. Respected speaker, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, over the next 2 days, I encourage you to think beyond your immediate discipline. Seek interaction between ecology and economy, policy and practices, data science and fieldwork, local wisdom and global standards. Ask how your work can inform regulation, investment, and community action. Explore opportunities to develop joint projects, student mobility, staff exchange, and shared laboratories. To our speaker and participant from Indonesia and abroad, thank you for traveling to Banda Aceh, for sharing your expertise, and for believing in the supremacy of collaboration. Your presence affirms that Banda Aceh is a meaningful place for discuss resilience, sustainability, and human progress. I would like to express my appreciation to the organizing committee, reviewer, and also student and all sponsor whose dedication has made this conference possible. Your hard work ensured that the first Icsear 2025 conference did not only be a forum for ideas, but also a platform for partnership. I wish you for a fruitful conference. Mayutan Banda Aceh be enjoyable. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Professor Dr. Insinyur Marwan. And to Prof. Marwan, please remain on the stage. Next, we would like to invite once again Dr. Hewan Teku Reza Ferashi, MSc PhD, the Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, USK, accompanied by the Chairwoman of Icsear 2025, Dr. Hewan Chut Dahliar Iskandar, MSc PhD, to symbolically inaugurate the Icsear 2025. We kindly invite Professor Dr. Insinyur Marwan, IPU, to proceed to the center of the stage and strike the provided beduk. Please stride it on the count of 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Alhamdulillah, now the first International Conference on Sustainable Environmental and Animal Research, or Icsear 2025, is
Officially open.
Next, the recitation of Dua to Rizky Arianda. Time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Na'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu wa lakal syukru kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli wa sallim ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا ولمشايخنا ولجميع المسلمين والمسلمات والمؤمنين والمؤمنات الأحياء منهم والأموات برحمتك يا أرحم الراحمين ربنا هب لنا من أزواجنا وذرياتنا قرة أعين واجعلنا للمتقين إماما ربنا أوزعنا أن نشكر نعمتك التي أنعمت علينا وعلى والدينا وأن نعمل صالحا ترضاه وأدخلنا برحمتك في عبادك الصالحين ربنا لا تؤاخذنا إن نسينا أو أخطأنا ربنا ولا تحمل علينا إصرا كما حملته على الذين من قبلنا ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار وصلى الله على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Next agenda, a group photo session. To the documentation team, please, time is yours. For the documentation team, please take to the stage. Come to the stage, please.
Kepada tim dokumentasi untuk dapat naik ke panggung, untuk dapat mengambil foto. Kepada hadirin sekalian dapat berdiri di tempatnya masing-masing karena foto akan diambil melalui depan panggung.
We will count, kita akan hitung. 3, 2, 1. Belum.
Mungkin dapat geser ke arah tengah untuk sementara. Bapak Ibu mungkin bisa rapat sedikit lagi ke tengah.
Baik, kita akan hitung. We'll counting. 3, 2, 1. Say cheese. Baik. Unggul with this sign, with this kind of sign, please.
With the U sign.
The U sign. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the opening ceremony of Icsear 2025 has now come to an end. Thank you.
The next agenda is the first keynote speaker session, which will be moderated by the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Hewan Teku Reza Ferashi, MSc, PhD. Dr. Hewan Teku Reza Ferashi, MSc, PhD earned his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine from Universitas Syah Kuala in 1997. His master's degree in veterinary epidemiology and economics from Utrecht University, the Netherlands, in 2002. And his PhD in animal biology from the University of Western Australia in 2007. He currently serves as the director of the Center for Tropical Veterinary Studies, One Health Collaboration Center at Universitas Syah Kuala, and the Secretary of the Indonesian Veterinary Schools Associations. To Dr. Hewan Teguh Reza Firashi, MSc, PhD, time is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Abai and Dr. Ocha. Ladies and Bapak Rektor, Yang Paduka Yang Mulia Wali Nanggro, Gubernur of Aceh, Insinyur Hatia Khalid, Ketua Senat, dan all distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, keynote speakers, please allow me to guide the next keynote speakers, the Ministry of Creative Economy of Republic of Indonesia. It is in videotaping, about 2 or 3 minutes. He will present to us his talk in this conference. Mr. Teguh, please allow me to read the Minister of Creative Economy short CV, Teguh Rifki Harsha. Teguh Rifki Harsha is the Minister of Creative Economy and also head of the Creative Economy Agency of the Republic of Indonesia. His education background, he obtained bachelor degree in mass communication, Military College of Fairmont, Norwich University, US, Army ROTC, in 1990 until 1994. Then he continued the next education, is obtained master degree in gas management, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Indonesia, with the achievement cum laude for his graduation. Then in October 2024, Mr. Teguh Rifki Harsha joined the Cohort 8 Executive Course on Geopolitics, Geostrategy, Geoeconomics, and Statecraft, initiated by the Minister of Defense, His Excellency, our President, Prabowo Subianto. That's his short CV, and then the Minister of Creative Economy, Teguh Rifki Harsha, the time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished rectors of Syah Kuala University, honorable keynote and invited speakers, distinguished guests, colleagues, and participants, it is a great honor for me, Teguh Rifki Harsha, Minister of Creative Economy of Indonesia, to deliver this keynote address. I would like to also extend my appreciation to Universitas Syah Kuala and partners. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme From Science to Action is highly relevant to our everyday life. Climate change, biodiversity loss, food insecurity, and disease. Tropical ecosystem which Indonesian safeguards are global treasure. They provide food, medicine, culture, energy, yet are fragile and vulnerable. As a mega diverse country, Indonesia must show that environmental protection and economic growth can be mutually reinforcing. Excellency, let me link science and creative economy. Indonesia recognized 17 subsectors from culinary, craft, fashion, to film, game, music, design. These subsectors connect with our environment, culture, and knowledge. For example, biodiversity research can inspire film and arts. Biotechnology can enhance culinary and fashion. Design and architecture can raise public consciousness. This shows that the creative economy transforms knowledge into innovation and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is formulating its creative economy master plan 2026-2045 based on research, education, and sustainability. Conferences like Icsear are vital, connecting research, policymakers, and industries to turn knowledge into action. We expect not only papers, but policy insight and collaboration. Distinguished participants, let us remember, this conference is about our shared duty to turn knowledge into action. By uniting science, policy, and creativity, we can protect ecosystem and strengthen the communities. I'm confident Icsear 2025 will contribute the sustainable future. On behalf of the government of Indonesia,
Wishing you a fruitful conference. Thank you.
Thank you very much to
Assalamualaikum
the Minister. Please give a big
warahmatullahi
applause for the Minister of Creative Economy of Republic Indonesia. Yes, and this is a clear message inspiring us about how creative economy could influence many sectors, including scientific area. Thank you very much, and I return to the Master of Ceremony. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Please still remains on the stage. Next agenda is the handing of the certificate to the government of Aceh, first to the government of Aceh, and then the representative of Wali Nangro, and Mr. T.A. Khalid. Please come to the stage.
Ya, mohon izin Bapak Ibu, Pak Rektor, kita pada kesempatan pagi hari ini ada mengundang Bapak Paduka Yang Mulia Wali Nangro, Bapak Gubernur Aceh ada mewakili, Bapak Insinyur HT Khalid MM yang sebagai anggota Komisi 4 DPR RI untuk memberikan apresiasi atas sebagaimana tadi kami berikan kepada Bapak Menteri, Wakil Menteri Kehutanan, kami ingin memberikan apresiasi berupa penghargaan tokoh pemerhati kelestarian fauna Indonesia 2025. Hal ini kami berikan dengan melihat berbagai upaya, dukungan, dan juga aksi yang dilakukan dalam mendukung pelestarian fauna Indonesia hingga saat ini. Secara khusus tentu di Aceh sebagai contoh. Untuk itu, terima kasih sudah berhadir di depan kita, para tokoh-tokoh kita, Bapak Insinyur HT Khalid, Bapak Gubernur Aceh yang diwakili oleh Bapak Kadis Kepala Dinas Peternakan Aceh, dan Paduka Yang Mulia Wali Nangro yang diwakili oleh Bapak Ketua Majelis 28 Bapak Kamarudin Andalah yang sudah berkenan hadir bersama kita. Untuk penghargaan ini kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Rektor untuk ke atas panggung didampingi oleh Bapak Ketua Senat Akademik dan Bapak Ketua Senat FKH untuk bisa mendampingi dalam pemberian apresiasi ini. Mohon kepada panitia untuk Untuk penerima ini kita minta mewakili para tokoh, Bapak Hati Khalid untuk memberikan dua patah kata atas upaya yang dilakukan. Silakan, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan syukran lillah. Pertama sekali penghormatan pada para rektor dan seluruh jajaran ini yang saya tidak mengulang lagi untuk menghemat waktu. Ini kru semangat, penghormatan, kemuliaan kepada semua hadirin. Pertama sekali ini saya mewakili teman-teman penerima penghargaan, Pak. Kami mewakili Wali Nanggro, mewakili Pak Gubernur dan saya mengucapkan terima kasih atas kepercayaan pilihan daripada FKH kepada kami, dan ini menjadi cemeti bagi kami untuk terus semakin hari kami semakin bisa mengoptimalkan diri untuk melakukan pengabdian pelestarian fauna di Aceh dan Indonesia. Dan pada kesempatan ini kami juga berharap semoga Unsyah terutama FKH dapat terus mengoptimalkan diri dan dapat terus bekerja sama sehingga fauna di Aceh, satwa liar di Aceh, satwa langka di Aceh semakin hari yang semakin punah sehingga Unsyah menjadi garda terdepan untuk kita selamatkan satwa fauna kita yang ada di Aceh. Apalagi sebagaimana kita ketahui, kita Aceh di mana punya kebanggaan yang luar biasa. Kita punya 4 satwa yang terlindungi yang luar biasa. Ada gajah, ada badak, ada orang hutan, kemudian ada badak, orang hutan, gajah, harimau. Ini jarang di tempat orang. Ini menjadi andalan kita semua. Ini mungkin FKH Unsyah yang menjadi ujung tombak dan kita semua bagaimana harapan ke depan ini dapat terus kita lestarikan. Saya pikir ini yang dapat saya sampaikan. Sekali lagi kami yang diberikan kepercayaan dan amanah penghargaan kami ucapkan terima kasih. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih kita ucapkan kepada Bapak Insinyur Hatia Khalid, MM. Selanjutnya saya kembalikan kepada Master of Ceremony. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dean. Next agenda, we will now take a short break and everyone can visit the booth and poster at Main Hall AAC Dayang Daud USK. Please enjoy the refreshment provided. Please be reminded that we will continue the next session at 10:50 AM. Thank you.
Bapak Ibu undangan, kami beritahukan bahwa sesi selanjutnya akan kita mulai dalam beberapa menit lagi. Terima kasih. Kami beritahukan lagi kepada para partisipan konferensi Icsear 2025 bahwa sesi selanjutnya akan kita mulai dalam beberapa menit lagi. Terima kasih. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue our second session in a few minutes. So please come back to the hall. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second keynote speaker session. This session will be moderated by Professor Dr. Insinyur Eka Mutiasari, MSc. Professor Dr. Insinyur Eka Mutiasari, MSc is a professor at Universitas Syah Kuala and holds a bachelor degree in livestock production from Universitas Syah Kuala in 1991, then continued having a master degree from the University of New England, Armidale, Australia in 1998, and also a professor in animal production and technology from Institut Pertanian Bogor in 2011. She has also conducted a number of notable research, including genomic analysis, revealing the association of KIT and MITF variants with white spotting swamp buffaloes, and also complete genomic landscape that reveals hidden evolutionary history and selection signature in Asian buffaloes in 2024. Now please welcome Professor Eka Mutiasari to the stage and lead this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful, may blessing from Allah be upon us all. Respectable Rector USK, Professor Dr. Icsear Marwan, IPU, the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Dr. Hewan Teguh Reza Ferasi, MSc, PhD, and the Chairwoman of Icsear 2025, Dr. Hewan Cudahlia Iskandar, MSc, PhD. The Honorable all lecturers of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine and the Honorable all participants of this seminar. Also, the student from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, USK. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Eka Mutiasari, the moderator of today's seminar. I am very pleased to see you here and welcome all of you to this seminar. Today's seminar is about from science to action, synergizing global research and policy for the sustainable development of tropical ecosystem and animal welfare. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 4 speakers for this session. The first one is Professor Tai Supak from Seoul National University, Korea. Please welcome, Prof, to the stage. He is specializing in animal genetic engineering, right? Okay. His work involved the study and application of genetic engineering in animal science, with his research contributing to areas like animal breeding and agriculture technology. He has received his bachelor and master from the Department of Animal Science and Technology at Seoul National University. Okay, the second speaker is Professor Goh Yong Meng, the Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University Putra, Malaysia. Please welcome. Professor Goh is currently a professor of veterinary Physiology at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University Putra, Malaysia. He is qualified veterinarian and holds a PhD in nutrition physiology as well as data science specialization from the Johns Hopkins University, US. Right. The third speaker is Professor Hammam Riza. Please welcome, sir. He is president of Korika Indonesia. Professor Riza has Professor of EI from University of Shakuala, Doctor of Engineering degree in Electrical Engineering cum laude from ITB, right? Master of Science in Computer Science from University of Kentucky, USA, and Bachelor in Electrical Engineering, majoring Electronic and Control System. The fourth speaker is Associate Professor Kim Hee Ling from Nanyang Technology University, Singapore. Please welcome. She earned her PhD from the Graduate University for Advanced Studies, Japan. And her research focused on human population genetic, genome evaluation under environmental change, immune system diversity and conservation genetic related to species such as turtle, rainforest trees, and microbiomes. Before the presentation begins, let me inform you that we just only have 15 minutes. Please. Yes, just make sure that one, because it's very tough time. So after that, we will have a question and answer. But first, we just finish the presentation first. Okay, the first one, give to Professor Yes for the first one. For to give presentation. Time is your turn. Yes.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Tess of Parks. I'm the professor in Seoul Regional University. Thanks for Dr. Eckhart for nice introduction. And I also I would like to thanks to the Professor Teku Riza and all of the committee members for invitation me and giving me the opportunity to present my experience and data in this conference. Next, please. So actually, I have today two major research topics, but honestly, yesterday I knew I will have the only 15-minute talk. So the last night, yesterday night, I deleted the marathon of my slide. However, I have still many the slides, so I'll be running a little bit fast. In first topics, I briefly talked about my experimental researches in my labs in Korea. Next. So in my labs, we have two major genetic modification protocols. First one is the transgenesis, and second one is a knockout system. So transgenesis means it's gain of function. That means we can introduce some of the force to the started degradation of the triglycerol. And the GGRS2 is blocked this lipase. So our hypothesis is very simple. Next, please. Next. It's very simple. No. The previous slide, right? Yeah. Okay, so it's very simple. So if we can eliminate some of the GRS2 genes, maybe the lipase is continuously degraded the glycerol, and we can expect some of the reduced fat deposition in chicken. Next, please. This is a protocol of the generation of the system. Anyway, I skipped the slide. Next, please. We generate some of the knockout mutant cells. The first, the chicken primordial germ cells. Next one. And through the fragility test, we finally identified some of the GGRS, the non-knockout chickens. Next, please. And we also confirmed some of the expression of these GGRS to target proteins. Next one. And the left side is wild type, and the right side is GGRS to non-knockout chickens. So actually, there is no difference, phenotypic difference between the wild type and knockout chicken. Next one. However, as you can see, the abdominal fat is dramatically decreased in the knockout chickens. So almost 50% of the fatty part is reduced in the knockout chicken. Next one, please. And we analyzed some of the analysis to identify the regulated pathway. So we finally found the EHHADH is a critical role to regulation of the fatty position in the gigerous knockout chickens. Next, please. And then we also generate the myostatin knockout chickens. Next, please. Myostatin gene is one of the famous in the livestock industry because these mutant, myostatin mutant animals have the double muscling, they grow fast and larger compared to wild type. However, this is a Piedmont cattle and Belgian blue. However, there is no reported on the myostatin mutant in chickens, so that's the reason why we try to make some of the myostatin knockout chickens. Next one, please. Next one. Next. Anyway, we finally identified the myostatin non-knockout chickens through the project test. Next one. This is the phenotype of the wild type and myostatin knockout chicken. As you can see, compared to the wild type chickens, the myostatin chickens has much more the fast growth the muscles. So we could just call it the double muscling phenotypes. Next one. And also the growth rate is significantly increased in the myostatin knockout chickens compared to the wild chicken. Actually, in the C, you can see usually the wild chickens, the little bit decrease the average daily gains after 13 and 14 weeks. However, in the case of the myostatin knockout chickens, average daily gain is continuously, constantly maintains even after 14 and 15 weeks. Next, please. And you can see the weight of the breast and the leg, they are significantly increased in the knockout chicken. And one more, the interesting thing is the abdominal fat is significantly increased in the knockout chicken. So we think about that maybe the myostatin knockout chicken converted the extra energy to make the fat to the muscles instead of the fatty position. Next one, please. And now we have analyzed some of the characteristics of these muscle types. Next one, please. I skip slide, next one. Anyway, the myostatin, the knockout chickens show that both of the phenotype, the hyperplasia and the hypertrophy. Hyperplasia means increase the number of cells, and the hypertrophy means the increase the cell size of the muscles. Next one, please. Next one, please. And 3 years ago, United States, the FDA, the first approved some of these gene-edited animals, livestock animals, for human consumption. Next one, please. This is we just called the slick mutant cattle. So this research group compares the major genome informations between the African cattle as well as the commercial breed. So they found some of the mutant slick genes. So when they, the previous slide. When they have these selected mutants, these cattle has very short hairs compared to the wild type. That means they can have some of the resistance to hot weathers and hot temperatures. Next one, please. And the Japanese government also approved some of the gene-edited tomatoes for human consumption. Next one. And also the fish so also got the permissions for human consumption in Japan. Next one, please. And I move the next topics. In my labs, we also have some of the immortalized cell line developed systems. So we now already established so the different cell lines from the different species and different tissues. Hanu is a Korean native cattle and the pig and chicken. Next one, please. And this is one of the examples of the immortal cell line. This is a chicken myoblast cell line. Myoblast is a precursor cell of the muscle. That means under the specific conditions, they can differentiate into the muscles, myocyte and myotube. So in the final stage, you can see some of the muscle type of the structures from this myoblast cell line. Next one. So we published so many papers based on this animal cell and as well as the chicken myoblast. Next one, please. And now I am also the adjunct professors in IPB University. So I supported by the COICA project. So now we established some of the animal culture system in IPB University. Next one, please. And this is a list of the equipment in animal culture system in the IPB University. Next one. And we already set up all of the installation of this equipment. This is definitely the first fully equipped animal cell culture labs in IPB University. And also, we already started some of the experiments in the animal cell culture labs in IPB University. Next one, please. The first one is we isolate the cells from the Indonesian native chicken. So the black chickens, ayam Zamani, the black chickens and the black ketu and the white ketu. Actually, in the case of the ayam Zanami, actually, you can define the categorize the two grade A, grade B. In the case of the grade A, the price is 50 million rupiah only for one adult chicken. It's so expensive one. And next, please. So we will look at another samples from the dwarf, the small chickens and the giant chickens and long-tailed chickens soon. Next one. Anyway, we took out some of the chicken embryos from the incubated eggs and dissociated and isolated some single cells, and we also bridge down these cells for the cryophobic observations. Next one, please. Also, we tried to culture the macaque cells from the skin. So we got the muscle, skin, and the fat cells, and finally we isolated these cells. And we also already developed those immotile macaque skin cells. I think that this is the first immotile cell line in IPB University. So cell line means that these cells can grow continuously. So that means the primary cells stop growing or should be died after several cell divisions. However, in the case of the cell line, they can grow continuously and they have some kind of infinite of life. Next one, please. I think this is fit this conference. So we also got some of the samples from the rhinoceros and elephants. So we tried to dissociate the cells and isolate the single cells and culture these cells. Honestly, the rhinoceroses and the elephants are huge animals, but we got the very, very tiny samples. Yeah. So anyway, we tried that with the culture these cells. Honestly, these cells are not still growing well, but anyway, we will try and challenge this culture system to overcome this kind of experiment. And this works collaboratively with the Indonesian Center of the Assistant Reproductive System and the Bio Bank for Conservation in IPB University. Actually, the Professor Arif is my boss now. So we collaborate with each other this development of the cell line. Next, please. Briefly, I also collaborated with the BRIN. Dr. Septi, I interested in some kind of unique, anyway, she identified some of the specific genes related to the human breast cancer, GPR56. So we generate the overexpressed these GPR56 genes, and we are working together. Next, please. And please keep in mind, previous slide, please. Yes, please keep in mind that this is not action plan. That means all of the experimental data in this slide already have been done at IPB University. Yeah. So we completely set up all of the equipment and also started some experiments like this one. Next, please. This is my last topic. It's briefly talk about how to apply these animal cell cultures for future studies. Next one, please. Next, please. Next. Next. Sorry. The first is the basic research for publications. So we are utilize these animal cells for the basic researches as well as the publications in scientific journals. And Ismail Sara is a lecturer in IPB University, and now he's a PhD student in my lab. So this is second year for him. However, he already published 2 papers, and 1 paper is in the revision, and he submitted 2 more papers on the reviews. And next year, I expect that we can prepare and submit 4 more additional papers to scientific journals. And all of these journals should be the internationalized journals. The ranking is Q1 within the top 10 journals. And he will publish half of papers as First Icsear. And his affiliation, obviously, should be the IPB University as well as the Seoul National University. Next one. And Indonesia is a lot of the genetic resources by the medicinal plant, medicinal herb. So we can screen these bioactive compound on the base of on the animal cell systems. We can analyze the functionality as well as some of the regulatory mechanism of this natural compound. So for such as the anti-cancer researches. Next one, please. Next. And we also provide these cells for industrial application. To put another example is the annual vaccine production system. The Ismail cell has already developed some kind of the new cell lines from the cattle. So the first target is the lumpy skin disease virus vaccine. So lumpy skin disease virus is the first target is the skin. So we isolate the skin cells from the cattle and develop these kind of immortal cells. And now we are evaluated these animal cells to produce the annual vaccines. Next one, please. Last application is the cell banking system. Actually, we can conserve these wild animal cells by the cryogeneration of the living cells. Actually, this one is the dead materials. I mean, the cryopreservation means that we can keep the living cells instead of the dead materials. So it's I think very important to the conservation of the wild animals in Indonesia. Next one, please. And we also provide some kind of the practical training program at the IPM University. Next one. Next, please. This training program is a 2-day course. So anyone who is interested in this kind of training program, please contact the ICAP office in IPM University. We can also provide some of this training program to other university or the institute in Indonesia. Next, please. And next year, so we will construct a new building, NICIT building, the National Instrument Center for Agriculture and Bioscience in IPM University, so supported by the COICAP program. So hopefully we would advance these biotechnology and animal culture systems in Indonesia in the near future. I think it's my last slide. Next, please. Okay, thank you for your attention. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. It's great. You can come. No, not yet. Okay, yes, please sit down. Okay, thank you very much. Now we move to the next speakers. I would like to invite Professor Goh Hyung May to deliver his presentation. Remember, 15 minutes.
Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera, salam pertemuan. Very good morning. Lady Moderator, Madam Chairman, and of course, fellow speakers and the participants for the day. Now, let's start with this particular topic on climate change. Let's look at, as I'll be talking about the role of big data in understanding the effects of climate change on animal production, wildlife conservation, and animal welfare. Next. Climate change is actually a long-term significant shifts in patterns of temperature, precipitation, humidity, and all other aspects. As you can see from this particular slide, temperature has been increasing over the years. Next, over the years. Next slide. I'd like everybody to remember that climate change is not only about temperature alone, it's more than that. You can look at the changes in ocean salinity. The data is also the same, kept on changing. Because if you're talking about increasing salinity, you're talking about livelihood of the ocean creatures, particularly fishes. When fish started to die, the entire food chain in the ocean, to some extent, will be affected, and those on land as well. And this, to some extent, the impacts can be compounded by increase in human actions. For example, habitat loss, pollution, land use changes, and various other activities as well. What are the aspects of human activities? Next. So in this case, you can just look at the text in red. Climate change is a perfect storm for global animal systems. You don't have to read any text in between. It's a perfect storm for global animal systems. Let's look at the human activities implicated. Next. The reality is we are not a single species on Earth and we depend on all others. Any other animal species that dies off or disappears will affect the balance of the ecosystem and the very survival of our species. Next. And these are one of the key examples of human activities that not only affect climate change through our agricultural activities, specifically fresh water use. You know that agriculture uses a lot of fresh water. And with that, there will be a lot of changes in terms of sustainability of agriculture system if, let's say, fresh water is not available. Next. And the key thing from agriculture is that we are talking about emissions. That's where my team has been working, greenhouse gas emissions. So people has been saying agriculture is the key emitter of greenhouse gases, and greenhouse gases to some extent contributed to the changing climate. Next. And what is the impact like? This is just the data, but I would like to skip this to the next slide. To this. Remember, every time you had that 1 kilogram beef or 2 kilogram lamb and so on and so forth, it is equivalent to a carbon emission of a car driven over 250 kilometers. So, don't think that eating meat has no consequences. 1 kilogram of beef and 2 kilogram or 2 kilogram of lamb has the same carbon emission profile as 250 kilometers of driving a car. So there you have it, the linkage between beef or lamb with cars, particularly petrol cars. Next. This is just a map showing you the impact. I will just skip through, but in between, I will just highlight what are the key impacts that you might be actually seeing. The top data showed you what is actually going on in terms of the area available for agriculture. The bottom picture tells you the areas that will be affected by temperature and therefore may not be suitable anymore for agriculture. Next. And you can see that it will actually affect 2/3 of the agricultural lands on Earth. This is actually what's happening now, croplands, pastures. If you look at the next slide, this is actually where these particular areas are superimposed on the currently available croplands and agriculture systems. Chances are all those lands and the area that will experience climate change, increasing temperature, scarcity of freshwater supplies and all kinds of things, which eventually affect the sustainability of our food supply. Next. So apart from that arable land changing of temperature and so on and so forth, the areas in red tells you the areas with the highest water stress, meaning that fresh water will not be available continuously in longer time. So you can see that countries or regions in red tells you that these are the areas whereby water will be a significant challenge. Next. And on top of that, when we talk about arable land, we talk about water, we talk about temperature, this is actually a chart showing you the major flyways of birds. Everybody knows birds, fish, or certain ocean organisms, and of course terrestrial animals migrate. These are the paths, and this path stays so because of stable water supply, stable food supply, stable temperature. Because if the temperature will get so warm, and let's say Siberia will becomes warmer, why does the birds need to migrate from Siberia to protect themselves from winter? And this will be disrupted. Next. This is actually another chart showing you the movement of droughts. Droughts is actually moving in those red and yellow area. And there are arrows there telling where the droughts are going. And where drought goes, living things will be affected. Living things may die. And this not only affects agriculture, but also affects wildlife. Next. This is actually ocean currents. This one is actually our very much concern because the melting polar caps, you may say that global climate is getting warmer, but it will also weaken ocean currents. Ocean currents affect multiple things, migratory path of animals, and then at the same time, the availability of the fish and food chains itself, thereby complicating not only our food supply, but of course, the living organisms in the ocean. Next. So, If you look at this, this is actually already an issue. Erratic ocean current changes are very, very destructive to the climate. All these changes not only affect terrestrial animals, but also ocean animals. Next. This is ocean current changes, and the yellow areas shows the warming areas. And you have to understand, the moment you have marine heat wave, the coral areas will be bleached. When you have bleached coral areas, coral dies. When coral dies, fish dies, marine animal dies. And there will be other implications coming in as well. Next. This is also another impact of the climate change itself. Not only that the impacts happens on land, but it also extends to the ocean. You can see that these are changes from 1970s, 1870s, all the way to the late 2095, the late 21st century. The more yellow it goes, the more acidic it gets. The more acidic it gets, more animals are going to die. So you're not talking only about sustainable agriculture system, but you're also talking about how wildlife will be able to eke out a livelihood. So you can see climate change affects the entire biosphere. Next. And with it, things like this. Shells are getting thinner, and these animals will die. Next. I talked about warming systems just now. Warmer climates will also result in gender selections in turtles. Warmer climate actually results in the formation of hatching of more females. If you have gender imbalances, which is already happening now, next slide. When you have more females than males, when there are gender imbalances and so on, you may even get events, and with it, death of the ocean population. So what can we do about it in order to protect biodiversity in the midst of ecological crisis? Let's look at the next slide. From big data, movement ecology, habitat modeling, threat integration. The chart on the right tells you the work done by the Malaysian wildlife authorities about mapping the wildlife crossings, wildlife interaction with human beings. Those are actually culverts, special culverts, allowing wildlife to avoid highways and all kinds of things, so that to minimize road kills. Those are actually not only for rain and so on and so forth, but it allows wildlife to cross dangerous areas, minimizing human-wildlife conflict. Next. We move on to welfare, because when you talk about animal agriculture, when you talk about welfare, you cannot avoid from talking about welfare itself. We know that global warming, we talk about climate change, will result in physical suffering. At the very least, thermal stress, dehydration, malnutrition. Talk about increased human-wildlife conflict that will result in psychological stresses for all parties, displacements of animals, and then don't talk about direct harm, because when animals comes into our way, and of course, the inability of these animals when they are being displaced to express their natural behavior. So what will be the role of big data? Next. Big data will actually allow us to visualize all this by biologging. That means you have to create and then you have to collect data from the field. Intersperse this is what is actually available on publications and see how you can harmonize the existence of both human, animal, and the environment. And you can also use big data system to build sentinel systems. Sentinel systems allows you to look at satellites, to look at least fire hotspots, weather radar to trigger wildlife rescue operations before a crisis peaks. Something that is easier to be said and done at this stage, but will become a challenge later. Welfare analytics and so on and so forth. For example, creating a welfare risk maps in order to coordinate all efforts. Next one. And this is actually an example of ruminant monitoring systems. Next one. And these are the challenges. We can talk about all the good things that big data can do, but the key thing that we have to overcome, data silos. Everybody has data, but are they willing to share? Second thing, computational powers and costs. How can we afford it? Third thing, ethics and privacy. You have data, but again, ethics and privacy may prevent you. So, and then of course, to overcome all this, we need to have interdisciplinary teams, not only animal scientists, but people from across all fields to allow this to happen. The path forward is, of course, to foster open data platforms, to invest in computational tools and training, and ultimately develop clear ethical frameworks for the way forward. So in conclusion, next slide. Big data is essential for sustainable coexistence. Climate impacts are interconnected, no doubt about it. And it's only through big data solutions that we can allow us to face all this. In the face of planetary change, data is not just information. It is our most vital tool for insight, empathy, and ultimately action. With that, I thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I just want to remind you, and then you just finish it in time. Thank you. So we move for the third one. I would like to please come Mrs. Kim. Yes, Kim. Please, you have time, 15 minutes, please.
Hello everyone, I'm Helim Kim from Singapore. It's such an honor to be here, very nice to meet all of you. So it was very good connection from Dr. Go's lecture to my talk about the conservation of wild animal and tropical ecosystem. So he talked about the impact of those climate change to wildlife and ecosystem. I'm going to try to prove the impact using the genomics. Okay, next. So first I'm going to talk about sea turtle. In Singapore first, so we have the hawksbill turtle nesting sites in Singapore. Such a small island, we still found the sea turtle, which is amazing. You can see the beach photo on the slide. It's very narrow and small beach. Still, they are coming to Singapore through the very high, heavy traffic in ocean. You can see the light on the ocean in a big photo. That's all ship on the Singapore Ocean, which is very difficult for them to come. So there are many very small population coming to nest in Singapore, and we collect those samples and do the genomics. Next. So if I talk about a little bit about their importance in ecosystem, so in the ocean, there are tubes and coral, and coral usually grows slower, tube grow faster. Next. Then the hawksbill eat the tubes. Then they make a space for the coral to grow. Next. And then the coral reef developed, and the marine biodiversity is maintained. So the role of the hawksbill is important for the marine biodiversity. Next. Those are threats for the sea turtle. There are a lot of development in the coastal, so they lost the habitat and then trading poach for their meat, eggs, and their shell. Of course, the pollution in the marine are a major threat for them to kill. And then in Singapore, we have only two species, green turtle foraging, and then the hawksbill turtle nesting. And it was actually last week, I have a very good news. Green turtle, they become to be from the endangered species to less concerned species, which is a great win of the conservation. And then for hawksbill turtle still is critically endangered species. So for us in Singapore, it's very important to protect these nesting sites. Next. So they usually nest in this small beach, the East Coast Park in Singapore. They are the only beach, proper beach in Singapore. But 2 years ago, Singapore government announced this land claimant project, which is going to cover entire the East Coast beach by building up this land. Next, so this is urgent matter. Otherwise, we will completely lose the nesting sites of this species in Singapore. Next. So how the genetics can play a role in terms of conservation for the wildlife? We can define the management unit because sea turtle are migratory species. They don't be bothered by the border of the country. They travel a very long distance. So it's important to identify their genetic stock, where they belong to. So for genetics can provide those information. forensic can provide a good information about the poaching and trade. And then genetic diversity will tell you which population are the most having a priority for conservation. Environmental DNA can tell you many information about their the nesting sites, all their disease matters. Next. So this is our effort from my group. We collected many different types of the sample, not only for sea turtle, we get the eggs and unsuccessful hatchlings, and we also collect those egg shell and extract the DNA from the sand inside and outside of the nest to understand their microbiome environmental for nest. Next. And then this is showing their mitochondrial DNA haplotype, the different type of the mitochondrial DNA, which is the common marker across all the world. So you see the color in the pie chart showing the different type of the haplotype. We could find only 6 haplotype among the 129 samples from 39 nests. So which tell us a very small genetic diversity of their maternal lineages. Next. And then the 6 different haplotypes actually very close to each other. They are not so different. They are just one different nucleotide site or not. And then if we compare all the other area nearby from Singapore, we found the composition of this different type of the mitochondrial DNA are very close to the in Indonesia rather than Malaysia. So this is probably the information for their management unit we have to consider together between Singapore and Indonesia. Next. And beyond the mitochondrial DNA, because it's not giving us enough information to distinguish between individuals, so we felt at the time when we start this study, 2019, there's no reference genome for this species. So we sequenced the whole genome and we built up the reference genome using the long read sequencing and short read sequencing. Plus, we did the population genome sequencing. Next. So for example, the mitochondrial DNA are giving us a very limited information. From the 100 sample, over 100 sample, we found only 6 different sites. But whole genome of the sea turtle, we have a 2.2 gigabase pair. And then among them, we could find over about 12 million single nucleotide different sites. And also we found that each of the individual genome, they have 4 to 5 million different sites, which can tell us pretty good differentiation individual level using this genomic data. Next. So this is one example how the genome data is powerful for the conservation. We could identify their family relationship, kinship. So you see that each single dot shows each individual. We have only 24 individuals here, and all of them are related. So we sequence 35, and among the 35, 24 are related in terms of at least third degree. Third degree means the first cousin. So all of them are at least first cousin. And then dotted circle is meaning they are from the same nest. So we have 9 siblings in the left big circle. And you see the 2 different lines, which is showing the full sibling as green, and the second degree, which is half sibling, as a purple line. So we have these 2 different types of the relationship within a same nest, tells us there are probably 2 fathers and 1 mother from this particular nest. At the same time, we couldn't distinguish between the 2 fathers for this 9 siblings. They are somewhat related, somewhat complicated, meaning that probably the parents between the father probably, they are also related. That's why we couldn't figure out the father relationship among the 9 either. which tells us the population in Singapore, they are highly inbred. Next. So it's another side of the significance of the genome sequencing. We could infer their population history in terms of population size over time. We can trace back over a million. Here in the bottom graph showing the population size, we can infer from the genome data. From right to past to the left, it's present. So from the right to left, we can see the population size decline at the point of the climate change, which is upper plot. In the upper chart, you can see the sea level at the same time, the temperature, the orange line showing the temperature. So about 50,000 years ago, when the temperature goes up, the population starts to decline. And at the same time, and the most dramatic one actually more recent, from the 26,000 years ago, from the last deglaciation, the sea level rise 120 meter within the 25,000 years. And then the population size decline even more. Only they start to stable about 6,000 years ago when the temperature goes to stable. So what happened here is when sea level goes up, then they will lose basically their nesting sites because all their nesting sites in the coastal area. Next. Another analysis we did using the population genome data, we could identify the particular gene loci under positive selection, which they obtained during their evolution. So we found they have a particular adaptation, especially against to environmental change or the disease infection. So, for example, the olfactory receptor here, they are strongly, robustly detected under the natural selection, which probably the adaptation to the detecting the airborne and waterborne scents from the water. Found some immune genes, probably the adaptation to the infectious diseases. For the sea turtle, there are severe challenges because of this virus infection which triggered the tumor. So most of the green turtle are actually suffering by these tumor diseases. Next. Another aspect we tried to make an effort is about their success rate. We found a lot of mold eggs when we dig into the nest. So the fungi actually can kill the embryo. So we isolate this fungus. Next. So this is the isolates, and we identify the fungi actually, which is from the Singapore. Next. So conservation is interdisciplinary approach. We cannot just do only one way. So this is another approach to find out the nest properly. So we can use the AI approach. We collected the turtle track image and video, and the AI can identify the turtle track. So in the morning, you fly the drone, and no one are living in the island. So it's very difficult to monitor every single night and morning by human walking on the beach, but AI can actually do much efficient. So which is helping to monitoring the wildlife. So one thing I want to emphasize here, so the turtle conservation is not only for one single country. It has to be a collaboration. So currently our lab is working on the collaboration internationally. So the USK is actually one of our collaborators, Dr. Reza, is doing a collaboration with us to collect the sample and then doing the genetic data. Next. So that is the available source for this coding working by our student and research staff. Aaron is here today, you may see him later. Next. Okay, so that's the Hawksbill part, and then I will shortly introduce our another work for plant and the dung beetle. So for the plant, we are working on this swamp tree. So the peat swamp is the very important site for the carbon sinking, very powerful forest. And then the Shorea species is the major species of the peat swamp in Southeast Asia. Next, so we have a site in Singapore and Brunei. We are also trying to working for Sarawak in Malaysia also. And we have collected the samples from those sites and we generate the sequencing data, whole genome. Next, and this is very preliminary to show, so we have not finished it yet, but we could find out the relationship with, between the different species and population between region. We saw the difference of their level of genetic diversity, which can tell us their population history and then how they are impacted by the sea level rise, because peat swamp forests are usually alongside of the coastal region. Okay, next. Last, I want to mention about our another effort for the terrestrial ecosystem through the dung beetle, which is also a very important species for ecosystem. They are doing the a lot of role in nutrient cycling. So we have two species here. We are going to collect from the Borneo in Sabah. So the two species are looking completely same, so we cannot really distinguish between the two species, but they are living in very different environment. In a primary forest, cooler environment, and farm region, developed region, the different land uses, each is much higher temperature. So we want to their similar approach using the population genomics to understand the difference between the two species adapted in two different areas. Next, so I think that's, important, which is supported by this program running in NTU and NUS in Singapore. We call it Climate Transformation Program. I'm belong into the biodiversity cluster in this program, which is 50 million Singapore dollar funding to understand about this all about the climate climate change. Next. So if you are interested in, please contact me. So thanks to my lab and our collaborator. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Now we will go to the last speaker. Please come, Professor Hammam. 15 minutes, please.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Greetings to everyone. First of all, distinguished speakers and moderator, as well all the participants of the Icsear. It is really a great honor to speak at this first international conference on sustainable environment and animal research. Thank you to the Dean, Dr. Teguh Reza, who has invited me as one of the speakers. Actually, I am representing the collaborative research and industrial innovation in artificial intelligence. And I'm also a faculty member, a professor at the Faculty of Technical Electrical Engineering and Computer Engineering here at Universitas Syah Kuala. So this first Icsear, I think, It's a conference that unites science, policy, and purpose, right? It is, I think, to be the first one hosting this for USK. This is going to be a remarkable platform for connecting science, environment, and veterinary research. So I'm honored actually to speak. That's why I asked Professor Kim to precede me, since I will be talking about something, slightly outside, but still it is at the center of the transformations. So my title will be the digital intelligence, especially we are going to talk about One Health. And I would like to basically quote what have the Dean put in the welcoming speech here. If I can say, from science to action is a call to move beyond silos and timelines. So it challenges us to transform field observations, laboratory findings, and modeling insights into policies, technologies, and community programs that are practical, ethical, and scalable. And to do this well, we must learn from one another, combine local wisdom with global standards, and build platform for joint research, student mobility, staff exchange, and shared facilities. So that's what Reza has put in the welcome speech, so I really appreciate this. So my presentations is going to talk about, next slide, how AI, artificial intelligence, can empower the One Health approach to build a sustainable balance between people, animals, and our planet. The concept of One Health is basically very simple, but powerful, okay? The health of humans, animals, and environment are deeply interconnected. When one is in danger, all are going to be affected. Zoonotic disease from avian flu, or even when we have this COVID-19 during the pandemic, it reminds us all how to easily pathogen can jump species, right? And at the same time, I think Professor Meng, also Professor Kim have emphasized about climate change, which can, if really impact the biodiversity loss and pollutions, making this risk even worse. Not only cooperation, but also intelligence. And in this digital age, that means we need to find all this intelligence coming from the AI-driven solutions, AI-powered intelligence that can help us see the patterns, predict the risks that are, getting more vulnerable, and we need to act early. So how can AI be your savior solutions? AI can be the game changers. Next slide, please. AI is transforming how we understand and protect life on Earth. It can detect outbreaks early. That's what the early warning system can be created by using big data and AI. You can do analysis on veterinary data, weather patterns, and social signals. It enables AI-powered diagnostic tools that can help farmers or vets identify animal diseases very quickly. Probably some of you already have some experience on using the smartphone camera to basically detect some of disease. And this is what the impact of and at Corica, we believe that we were able to connect government, academia, industry, and the community that we call the Quad Helix collaboration. Next slide. I want also to stress that ethics, governance, and trust is very important if we are going to apply AI to the environmental sustainability solutions, or if you are going to go for discovering drugs, veterinary medicines, and many others, biotechnology development, right? Because you need to have an AI that you can trust, that are not hallucinating, AI that are really accurate and do not have bias in the data. So who is not using AI at this time? Raise your hand. No? Everyone is using? I asked who is not using it. So I'm happy. Everybody seems to be, all the students are really now empowered by AI tools, but certainly you have to be really careful in using these tools so that you are not dealing with a black box. You need to entrust every AI tools that they are using, especially in your educations, right? So having said that, we have conducted in the past some of the readiness assessment here in Aceh, especially, yeah. Working with USK and the UNESCO. Yeah. Next slide, please. We try to map out what kind of AI are in use for many of us. If we are going to talk about sustainable environment, if we are going to talk about veterinary research, are you okay with having limited understanding of AI tools that are available on your fingertip, right? So we look at the readiness assessment methodology. Next. And we found out that Indonesia generally trusts AI, and trust in the digital public services is growing. And we can index this, that Indonesia have a higher than the world average in terms of how the government services are using this. So from this, everyone thinks that AI is a neutral technology that can be useful, can be more productive for you, and policymakers working together, sharing data, sharing trust, and sharing purpose. Second, by integrating data across sectors, platform like Satu Sehat and Satu Data Indonesia, I asked Professor Meng earlier how we can do big data if we are not, if we can work together on open data so we can train the AI system. Having the Satu Sehat platform are excellent step toward interoperability when the health data, environmental data, and AI analytics are connected, and decision-making becomes faster and smarter. Third, by empowering local innovation, I think this is very important. We need all the talents, the young talents, the students, the researchers, work together so that we can become not only as a homegrown inspired Indonesian challenge and biodiversity, but also can go global with this. So I'm excited to actually share one of the things that we have done. Next slide. The blueprint on climate smart Indonesia. This initiative brings together AI, cloud computing and data integration to address the intersection of climate and health. We have done this together with Ministry of Health, with BMKG, which is the weather agency, the National Weather Agency, so that we can connect the data for integration. It harmonizes the data on temperature, disease incidents, and environmental indicators to support predictive public health planning. In this case, we are working towards some of the.
Or maybe you can just go to that in front of yeah, to the mic, please. State your name. Okay.
Me first.
Okay. You will be the second one. Okay. The first one, please, yes. And then the second one, Mr. on the back side. Yes, please.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Thank you for coming to Banda Aceh and thank you for sharing the knowledge with us. I have a question for Prof. Park from National University, Korea.
And your name, please?
Okay, sorry. My name is Julian from Students College of Veterinary Faculty, Veterinary Medicine, University of Syekh Kuala.
Okay.
Okay, my question is, even FDA has approved to consumption beef modified genetic and considered as safe, but is there any rise, even low rise of consuming these meats? Thank you, Prof.
Would you please to...
Your question is a concern about the gene-edited animal product for
yeah,
human,
the meat
right?
genetic modified to consumption. Any rise of we are consuming the beef, even if they has approved the consuming the beef is safe for where we are consuming this beef genetic modified.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I did not mention in my...
Would you like to answer directly? No?
Yeah,
okay.
no.
Yes, please. Okay. Yes, please.
So actually the GMO is the transgenic animal product. GMO is very different from the gene-edited animals. The GMO, the transgenic animals, means they have some of the foreign DNA fragment in their cells or host genome. However, in contrast, the gene-edited animals, they do not have any kind of the transgenic genes in their host genomes or cells. So that means I think the gene-edited animal product is exactly same to the naturally selected, the naturally bred animal product. So that means the safety issues, I think there is no reasons. So that's the reason why the United States, the government and the Japan already approved this gene-edited agriculture product for human consumption and food chains. Yeah.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay. For the next one, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kevin.
No, not you. Sorry, I'm asking for the Bapak on the back side, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Student, just wait for the third one, okay? Okay. Yes, please.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Maybe this question special for Professor Humam. Saya sangat tertarik dengan presentasi Prof. Di mana
sebentar Bapak, buat siapa Pak?
Prof. Humam. Prof. Hamam.
Prof. Hamam.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Maulana. I come from the medical faculty, special for the communicable disease, especially for the vector disease. So I need to, I appreciate Prof. Hamam that we are talking about the AI is very important for the future. Saya baru pulang dari sebuah pulau. Di situ saya mengidentifikasi bahwa environmental and climate sangat mempengaruhi terjadinya distribusi penyakit terutama malaria seperti Prof bilang tadi dan dengue. Akan tetapi berbeda, ya there are difference malaria and dengue because the malaria is very correlated with the chemical situation in the vegetation and other of the physical. Jadi saya pernah berencana membuat to identify the mosquitoes special for the species because the malaria they are not a lines group, there are a lot of the species, maybe 100 or more, but in Indonesia, especially in Aceh, we found as a factor, I mean a real factor to distribute the malaria, it is around 6. So saya sangat senang kalau Prof Hamam bisa memberikan solusi di mana kita membuat sebuah mission learning untuk mendetek supaya community can use the apps in the phone in their phone to identify if because the factor, I mean the mosquitoes rise not flat but always how to say like fluctuative season. For example, like July or August or December, it's different. There are different the peak of mosquitoes. Jadi dengan adanya form itu masyarakat dapat mengidentifikasi dan memberikan informasi kepada petugas kesehatan. The first. Dan kedua, saya.
Excuse me, sir. Before you continue, would you please state your name?
Maulana.
From?
My name is Maulana from medical faculty.
Okay.
Yeah. Jadi the second might be the last one. The second, we are identified TB resistant. Maybe GNS is the best solution for all of you. Good solution because there are a lot of the kind of we can do with the GNS. Yeah, I believe that special for the resistant obat, ya, drug resistant. Jadi Prof, saya juga anggota Korika Kesehatan. Saya ikut di Korika Kesehatan yang Prof pimpin. Ya, mudah-mudahan Prof bisa memberikan solusi untuk the next-nya apa yang harus saya lakukan. Karena saya di lapangan Prof, saya jarang di kampus. Ya, maybe thank you. I need your advice and your remark or I don't know, sir. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Tulis sebentar ya Pak ya. Okay. The next one, please, student. Yes.
Thank you very much. My name is Kevin Wardana. I'm from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Syiah Kuala University. My question is directly to Ms. Kim.
Maulana, just raise the mic. And yes, please.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, that make easy for you to speak. Okay.
Okay, my question to Ms. Lim. It's about your government already make a reclamation program for the sea turtle nesting area, right? So is there any particular behavioral changes by the turtle because of, as we know that sea turtles are quite sensitive to changes. So were you guys doing the reclamation program, is there any particular like specific behavioral changes of nesting, maybe timing or behavior, something like that? And the second question is about the diminishing gene pools of variety on the sea turtles. Is there any plans you guys already done or still developing about to combat these diminishing gene pools to enrich more the gene variety in the sea turtles? Thank you very much.
Okay, so the question for Ms. Kim. Okay, so first I would like to ask from Riza and then you. Okay, please.
I will try to respond to what Pak Maulana have mentioned about. First, thank you so much. Pak Maulana is one of my association member in health. Okay. So Korika Health, we have a specialized group, and I think I am very fortunate to actually meet Pak Maulana here in person, because usually we do this virtually. And regarding your questions, I think there is still a way to go to perfect and complete the climate smart Indonesia. We need to have more data one of the major bottleneck, I would say, is actually trying to make the line ministries like Ministry of Health, especially in the Directorate of Infectious Disease, to be able to collect the data. Right now the data is in the malaria system organized by the Ministry of Health. But this data is not being shared with...
Thank you. Demikian, sir? Yes. Yeah, please, Prof. Kim.
First of all, thank you so much for the brilliant questions and your interest. Yeah. So for the first question about if there is any behavior change for the turtle, so turtle has a very strong, I would not say instinction, they have, so they're always coming back to nest, to lay eggs. Then otherwise, if they cannot find the place they're born, they won't lay egg, then they just coming back, they give up. And they're very picky species. They need to have a particular environment, otherwise they give up and also don't lay eggs. So the conservation of the sites is also very important. But if they already have any changes, I don't think so. But I can answer that question for our future study. So Aaron here, he's going to find out the genetic adaptation for the increased temperature. So we are collecting a sample between a very hot site like Saudi Arabia, and then we also collect a sample from the northern site, the most northern nesting place such as Japan, and also from Southeast Asia. We want to compare what's their genetic adaptation to the high temperature. Yeah. So those genetic study, they can show up their environmental change adaptation. Second, about how we conserve this species. Yeah, that's a very good question. At the same time, very difficult question to answer. So what we can do is we can relocate the nest to another site to think about mixing the population. So again, to answer this question about this mixing the population to increase their genetic diversity, we need to understand what's the genetic difference between the two different populations. So that's why we are generating the genome data across different populations to understand if they are okay or not to mixing together by relocation. But this is something not easy to relocate the nest to another site. Also need to consider a lot, very carefully needs to be done. Yeah. That's all. Is it okay? Thank you.
Thank you. So, okay, so before we, yes, to the end. Okay, please, sir.
Professor Kim, you mentioned that poaching is one of the population risk for the sea turtles. Do you experience problems like that also in your research area in Singapore? And if yes, do the law enforcement agencies, the police, respond to that in any way?
Excuse me, sir. Would you please state your name so everybody know who are you?
My name is Christopher. I'm with the veterinary faculty in SIA Kuala. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much.
Thank you. In Singapore, they are highly controlled, even though they can find. Seems like Singapore is a hub of this illegal trading. Not only for sea turtle. So the MPAX is working on that hard. Another effort we can make is one of the collaboration we are doing with the WWF. They actually show their icon there, but I have no time to explain about it. They are building up the database using the mitochondrial data across all over the region to do the forensic, to find out the hotspot of the illegal trading. So we are all work together to provide the data to build up the database. Yeah.
I understand, but that is mainly your initiative like NGOs, like are the actual law enforcement agencies are getting involved and that trying to encounter that in your country? And what is the result?
Exactly.
How effective is that?
Yeah, so this needs to be the overall effort, not only the scientists, of course. It needs to include the government, agency, and the NGO, such as WWF, can connect across the countries. So it needs to be collaborative effort, as you said. Yeah. So I mean, basically, we try to do that, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you. So we have one question from, I don't know, the MC just give it to me.
Science, animal science is Dr. Suatino Santos. Actually, we tried some kind of make the myostatin knockout cattle, specifically Indonesian native cattle, to improve the muscle growth. So hopefully, I think this is wrong. The journey is to build this finally the knockout the cattle is compared to the chickens. However, in the future, so hopefully we generate some kind of the myostatin knockout or the economically the important trait that improve the knockout or gene edit the cattle in Indonesia. Yeah. I think that you can do that. Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Okay, because we have a limited time, is there anyone to ask? Yes, please. One question. One more question, please.
Okay, good afternoon. My name is Sheila. I'm a student from veterinary medicine. I want to ask to Professor Goh. Okay, first, thank you for your insightful talk on the multi-sectoral impacts of climate change. So, given Indonesia's vast geography and significantly in infrastructural limitation, it is unfeasible to address every climate-related challenge simultaneously. From your perspective, which specific sectors should be prioritized for adaptation and mitigation efforts to ensure the most effective and equitable use of limited resources? Thank you. That's from me.
Thank you. That's your turn.
Okay, thank you for the question. I guess the approach is similar. The resource is always limited, but the ambitions are limitless. I think as citizens of the world, what we can do is that we do within our part. Everybody has a role in this. The simplest way will be to go for responsible consumerism. That means we use things with responsibility. We don't use things that is actually, don't waste. That is actually the very first that we can start from ourselves. Then the next one will be with the coordination from the government and the NGOs. We will be acting in the way that we want. And there should be a policy in place stating which are the areas that we want to contribute. But seeing that we are actually active in the area of animal agriculture, there should be a way when we are thinking about increasing supply, food supply, but there should also be a concurrent policy about, okay, we are increasing food supply, but what will be the impact on the environment? So there should be important thinking about how many animals that we can keep within the environment, whether the self-sufficiency in terms of food supply is responsible enough or attainable enough. But it all starts with individual effort first.
Thank you. Is it clear? Okay, thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, we finally come to the end of this session. I'm sorry. Before I close the seminar, I would like to take the conclusion from what the speaker has presented. From Professor Park, I said Park, is it okay? State that the establishment of biobanking system for both immortalized and primary cells and the last one, from Professor Hammam, state that AI-driven models can enhance early detection of zoonotic disease, predict outbreak pattern, and improve livestock management. And finally, give the applause for the speaker and for you all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the moderator and all keynote speakers for a very wonderful session. Now we would like to present a token of appreciation to all the keynote speakers and the moderator. We would like to invite the chairman of the Senate of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine Universitas Syah Kuala to present the certificate. To Professor Dr. Hewan Sugito MSI, accompanied by the Dean of Faculty, please come to the stage. So the first appreciation goes to Professor Tay Supar. And the second will go to Professor Goh Yong Meng. And the third for Professor Kim Him Lim. And next to Professor Hammam Riza. And the last one for our moderator, Professor Eka. Three, two, one. All right, thank you very much for all the speakers, the moderator, Dean of Faculty of Medicine, and the Chairman of the Senate of FEM-OSK.
Kim, your phone. You'll have your phone.
Ladies and gentlemen, now we have reached the end of today's keynote speakers session. Our sincere appreciation also goes to all of you, all your participants, for your active engagement and enthusiasm throughout today's sessions. Please be reminded that after lunch break, we will continue with invited speaker session and parallel session started at 1:30 p.m. Thank you for your attention and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
research experiences and insights related to today's conference theme. The first, we would like to listen to the sponsorship session presented by PT Saraswanti Genetech Indonesia. In this occasion, will be presented by Ms. Sonia Yuke Mahardika, SPMSC, via online Zoom. Okay. Ms. Sonia Yuke Mahardika completed her education in Master of Animal Science in Molecular Microbiology in Northeast Agricultural University, China, and also took her bachelor degree in microbiology in Gajah Mada University, Indonesia. Her current experiences is in genomic laboratory assistant manager in SIG laboratory. Without further ado, to Ms. Sonia Yuke Mahardika, screen is yours. Hello, Ibu Sonia. Are you with us now? Can you hear us? Once again, sekali lagi, Ibu Sonia, apa sudah bersama kita di dalam Zoom? Baik, terima kasih. Kita belum mendengar suara Ibu. We cannot hear your voice yet. Masih belum terdengar.
Sekarang, halo?
Yes, we can hear you now. Please, screen is yours.
Oh, oke. Baik, terima kasih sebelumnya. Should I present it in English?
Pardon?
Should I present it in English?
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so good afternoon, everyone. So my name is Sonia, and I'm the Lab Genomics Assistant Manager at PT SIG, or Saraswanti Indo Genetics. So first, perhaps we can see our company profile. And firstly, I would like to thank you for Pak Tengku Reza, and so I can present it here in this afternoon. Wait a minute. I'm so sorry.
masih berbagai berita datang silih berganti. Di antaranya adalah mengenai produk yang kita gunakan sehari-hari. Fenomena ini membuat kekhawatiran keamanan produk yang kita konsumsi digunakan. Ingat bahwa kita membutuhkan jaminan keamanan pada produk yang kita gunakan setiap hari. Dalam kualitas dan keamanan, SIG hadir sebagai solusi untuk menjawab tantangan ini.
Selamat pagi juga Pak. Sesuai aplikasi ya, siap Pak.
Yakni zat berbahaya dari cemaran pelarut obat sirup dapat menimbulkan
Jujur ya Pak, dengar berita kayak gini, saya jadi takut salah kasih obat ke anak. Bijak-bijak aja Pak kalau beli obat Pak.
tinggi sehingga sangat beracun. Perawatan demikian hingga gagal bersama dan harus tidak.
Ibu Sonia, Bu Yuke?
Yeah.
Because we cannot see the video working right now, maybe we can help you to play the video directly to our team.
Okay, sure.
Maybe
Okay,
you can
sure.
send the video or any links that we can play from here.
Yeah. Okay, so I already sent it. I already sent the link to Dr. Nabila. Could Dr. Nabila help us, please?
Di era modern yang penuh dengan kemudahan informasi, berbagai berita datang silih berganti. Di antaranya adalah mengenai produk yang kita gunakan sehari-hari. Fenomena ini membuat kekhawatiran akan keamanan produk yang kita konsumsi dan gunakan. Menjadi pengingat bahwa kita membutuhkan jaminan keamanan pada produk yang kita gunakan setiap hari. Berangkat dari kepedulian yang mendalam terhadap kualitas dan keamanan, SIG hadir sebagai solusi untuk menjawab tantangan ini.
Kasus gagal ginjal akut terus bertambah dan mengakibatkan
Selamat pagi juga Pak. Sesuai aplikasi ya, siap Pak.
yakni zat berbahaya dari cemaran pelarut obat sirup dapat menimbulkan
Jujur ya Pak, dengar berita kayak gini, saya jadi takut salah kasih obat ke anak. Bijak-bijak aja Pak kalau beli obat Pak.
sangat tinggi sehingga sangat beracun. Perawatan di tempat kondisi anak pun memburuk hingga gagal ginjal akut stadium tinggi dan harus cuci darah.
Berdiri pada 7 Juli 2001, PT Saraswati Indogenetek atau SIG lahir dari kerjasama dua perusahaan anak bangsa, yaitu PT Saraswati Anugerah Makmur dan Yayasan Indonesia Center for Biodiversity and Biotechnology atau ICBP, menjadikan SIG sebagai lab nasional pertama terakreditasi KAN dan ISO 17025 untuk pengujian genetically modified organism sebelum akhirnya memperluas kemampuan ruang lingkup lainnya dalam mendukung kebutuhan uji keamanan serta mutu produk. SIG merupakan bagian dari Saraswati TIC atau Testing, Inspection, and Certification. Integrasi ini memungkinkan kami untuk menghadirkan ragam layanan dan keahlian yang lebih luas untuk mengawal mutu dan kualitas produk Anda. Sebagai bentuk komitmen kami, SIG terus berupaya memberikan pelayanan terbaik bagi pelanggan dan pemangku kebijakan agar dapat memenuhi kebutuhan dan harapan mereka. Perkembangan teknologi yang sangat dinamis menuntut kami untuk terus melakukan research and development demi menghadirkan inovasi dan pemecahan dari berbagai masalah yang ada. Dalam perjalanan lebih dari 2 dekade berkarya dan hadir membangun bangsa, SIG telah banyak mengalami evolusi dengan terus memperkaya fasilitas yang ada. Didukung oleh para analis, ilmuwan, serta tenaga ahli di bidangnya, SIG dilengkapi laboratorium dengan beragam disiplin ilmu, mulai dari konvensional analitik, biologi, mikrobiologi dan bioteknologi, fisika, kimia, hingga kimia instrumentasi yang mutakhir dan terdepan seiring perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi. Layanan kami meliputi pengujian mutu dan keamanan pangan, kemasan, pakan hewan, kosmetika dan studi dermatologi, obat-obatan, jamu dan obat herbal, pupuk, pestisida, antiseptik, disinfektan, alat kesehatan, tekstil, alat elektronik, hingga mainan. Kami terus menjaga standar mutu dan kualitas dalam melakukan berbagai pengujian demi memenuhi standar keamanan yang berlaku. SIG percaya menjadi institusi nasional dalam bidang penelitian ilmiah yang berwawasan global. Ialah cita-cita luhur yang dapat mengangkat kedaulatan, keamanan, serta perkembangan bangsa untuk dapat bersaing di tingkat dunia. Kemampuan dan fasilitas SIG yang selalu mengikuti kebutuhan menjadikan kami berkomitmen untuk bisa hadir lebih dekat dengan masyarakat. Hingga kami kini berada di berbagai lokasi untuk hadir memberikan pelayanan terbaik. Sebagai lembaga yang berfokus dalam bidang riset serta penelitian, SIG selalu menyelaraskan kemampuan dengan pengakuan maupun jejaring yang ada. Pengalaman dan perjalanan panjang mengantar kami hingga titik saat ini. Tidak hanya menjalani bisnis pengujian, SIG juga aktif terlibat dalam kegiatan dalam negeri maupun internasional, serta berhasil meraih banyak pencapaian dan prestasi. Towards a Safer World merupakan semangat kami untuk mendukung terciptanya dunia yang lebih aman, memberikan perhatian khusus bagi seluruh lapisan masyarakat, menjamin keamanan dan kesejahteraan mereka kini maupun di masa mendatang.
Okay, thank you so much for the attention. So I'm going to share my screen and, oh, wait a minute, this one. And in this afternoon, I would like to introduce further about our company, SIG, or Saraswati Indogenetics. So as you can see in the video that our lab is a one-stop laboratory services. And our tagline is towards a safer world. Okay, so starting from Saraswati. Saraswati actually is a group, like we have 5 divisions. The first division is fertilizers, of course, selling the fertilizer for palm oil plantation. And then TIC, or testing, inspection, and certification. Our SIG is in this TIC division. And then we also have plantation division. So we have some palm oil plantation, and then orchid plantation, and others. And we also have property division. So we have hotels and apartment, and miscellaneous division. I'm going to explain the TIC, or testing, inspection, and certification. So what labs do we have, and then like what kind of services we can provide, and which brands we have it across Indonesia. Okay, so within this division, we have 4 companies. The first one is SIG, or like where I'm right now. and then AAS or Anugerah Analisis Sampurna, AGS, and ASHA. So SIG is a products laboratory testing, and then we also provide proficiency testing provider, and we also produce ready-to-use media, so bacteria media, and genomic services. Okay, so SIG is a testing laboratory located in Bogor. So our big lab is in Bogor. Even though we also have another lab in Surabaya and also in Semarang, but those two just only a small one. But the biggest one is in Bogor. And we also the first laboratory in Indonesia to be accredited with ISO and by the National Accreditation Body of Indonesia, or we call it CAN, for the scope of GMO, genetically modified organism. So if the researcher here doing this kind of research and you want to test your products, then you can find us. And we also accredited MRA, and then CAN and GMP Plus. So our certificate or our COA, Certificate of Analysis, can be used in another country because we have these certificates. And proudly, we are so proudly to say that we are 100% Indonesia, and we have founded in July 2001. So now we are 24 years old lab in Indonesia. And we serve across nation. Yeah, so our laboratory, as I mentioned before, we also have another laboratory in Surabaya and Semarang, but the biggest one is in Bogor. And we also have office branches in Jakarta, Medan, and Yogyakarta. So so SIG, we also have global recognition, just like for laboratory testing for mycotoxin in nutmeg, for European, and then WHO in Timor-Leste, and GMP Plus, internationally GMP Plus, and we also recognized in Japan, and we are a member of AOIC and UPFAN. For the national recognition, of course, we recognized by Kementerian Pertanian, like the Ministry of Agriculture, and then the Ministry of Health, and the Ministry of Marine, and others. Okay. So this is our lab. We have research and development labs, and then we also have analytical lab for chemistry, and then microbiology lab. For this microbiology divided into two, the pharmacy and also food microbiology. And we also have pharmacy labs, a biotechnology lab, and we also can do stability and shelf life test. And we have instrumentation lab, physics and electricity, for toys and for some electronics product. And we also have toxicity lab, and these two are the new one. The first one is culture cell, so for the biocompatibility and for toxicology, but the more advanced toxicology, we can use these culture cell labs. And of course the genomics lab, who I'm the PIC of these labs. And these are our instruments. These are our instruments in our lab. From PCR, the simple one, until QTOF, and the advanced one, NGS, or next generation sequencing. And for the methods, we are based on SNI, and also of course ISO. And for Indonesian pharmaceutical, it's e-Pharmacope Indonesia. And we also based on European standards methods and etc. Okay, so and these are some of our services. Actually, we have like like around 4,000 tests. We can do 4,000 tests. So these are just a few of our tests that we can do. The first one is for food and beverage, and then we also can do tests for the food packaging, pharmaceutical and traditional drugs, and cosmetics and personal care. Yeah, cosmetics now is sexy business Indonesia, and then medical devices, household health and supplies, animal medicines and feed, perhaps from Universitas Syah Kuala, yeah. If you want to do the test for animal medicine and feed, yeah, we can do that. And fertilizers, pesticide, toys, automotive, even textile and electricity. And then we also can do sampling. So swab and sampling. So we have accredited sampling team and research and development, and then commissioning, and yeah, like I mentioned before, we also produce ready-to-use media. Up to now, we have more than 30 different media. And proficiency test provider, also of course genomics services.
Excuse me, Bu Sonia.
And
I
these
think
are
you only
a
have
few
like
of
1
the
minute
food and
left.
beverage. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, and then fishery, yeah, pharmaceutical. Okay, so we also we have a MOU with Resistomap in Finlandia, so we can do antimicrobial resistance test. And these are the media that we produce. The brand is Essentials. And of course, genomic services. So our genomic services brand is SGI, or Saraswati Genomics Institute. And yeah, we are the multi-omics laboratory. So not only DNA, but we also can process the RNA. And we are using NGS. Right now, we have two kinds of NGS, the short reads and the long reads. For the short reads, we are using MGI. And for the long reads, of course, we are using Oxford Nanopore technology. And we also have ddPCR, or droplet digital PCR, which is still very rare in Indonesia, but yeah, we have it. And we have our own bioinformatician team. So that's why like this is a kind of competitiveness, yeah, for us. Like we can do custom data analysis. And the services, including extraction, yeah, DNA extraction. So yeah, like you can send us the raw samples, or you can send us the extracted gDNA. We can do both. And these are our product, Symbios Saraswati Microbiome Solution. Yeah, actually it's metagenome, yeah. So for this metagenome, we can do shotgun or meta barcoding. And we also can do species identification, whole genome sequencing for all the species, and bioinformatic analysis, of course, I already mentioned that. And for the avian sexing and human health profiling, yeah. And RNA sequencing, rat sequencing, Sanger, yeah, we also still can do Sanger, and genomics workshop. Okay, this is like our commitment. We have analysis and experts and quality implementation. We have like internal quality control and also external quality control. We do this often, yeah, every year. And if you have any question regarding our lab services, yeah, you can, this is our website, siglaboratory.com, or this is our hotline, +6282 111 516 516. You can find us on Instagram, YouTube, and also LinkedIn, SIG Laboratory. So that's all from me. Thank you so much for your attention, and yeah, I hope that we will have long relationship with Universitas Syiah Kuala. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Miss Sonia Yuke from SIG Laboratory. And then we now would like to present the online certificate for the presenter, which is now to Ibu Sonia Yuke.
Okay, sure.
Okay, thank you very much for Ibu Sonia for your participation in this conference. Allow us
Thank you
to...
so much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. And for the documentation team, you can take the photo by 3, 2, 1. Is it done? All right. Thank you very much, Ibu Yuke.
Thank you so much.
Right. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is our first invited speaker session this afternoon, which will be moderated by Ibu Dr. Hewan Cut Dahlia Iskandar, MSc, PhD. Dr. Hewan Cut Dahlia Iskandar, MSc, PhD. She earned her bachelor's degree in veterinary medicine from Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, and then continued her study in master's degree at George August University of Göttingen, Germany, and continued her doctoral degree at the University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, Germany. Her research work includes rapid detection of bacterial contaminants in cow's milk using near-infrared reflectance spectroscopy, and then anti-atherosclerotic effect of Nigella sativa L in high-fat diet fat with the rat, and also histopathological study of the hepatopancreas of Pacific white shrimp infected by white feces disease. She has also participated in several international events, including the ANRAN Symposium in Hanover, Germany, the ECVP meeting in Helsinki, Finland, and the Indopet meetings in both Helsinki, Finland, and Amsterdam, the Netherlands. So to Dr. Cut Dahlia, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, welcome to the afternoon session. And in this session, we will listen to the several distinguished speakers who will share their insight related to wildlife. So here I would like to invite first Mr. Aditya Bayunanda by online, and then next Mr. Christopher Stremer. Please, yes. And then the next is Mrs. Adela Hemelikova, MSc. And then the last is Mrs. Luz Schurer, DVM. Okay, please. Hello. And here, each speaker will have 15 minutes for their presentation, 10 minutes for present, and 5 minutes for discussion. Is it okay? Okay. And as you know, our guest here can speak Indonesian well. Yes. Maybe we can change the speaker say in Indonesia and you ask in English. Because Indonesia is international for them, isn't it? Okay, now the first we listen from Mr. Aditya Bayunanda. Can you hear us, sir?
Yes, I can hear you well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay. Mr. Sorry, I want to say your...
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Aditya Bayunanda, and the nickname is Dito, has been with WWF Indonesia since 2009 and become to the CEO on the November 1st, 2022. And now Aditya is known for his leadership in promoting innovative solutions for forest restoration and sustainable supply chains. As CEO of WWF Indonesia, he continues to drive impactful conservation, effort building on his extensive expertise and dedication to environmental stewardship. So, Mr. Aditya, let's start your presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you. Can you see the screen? I am sharing my screen.
Yes, very clear.
First of all, thank you for inviting me to the International Conference on Sustainable Environmental and Animal Research. I do apologize. I have a hard stop at 3 because I was actually told to be ready at 1:30. So I've been so I still have maybe around 30 minutes, yeah, or less. Sorry. But let me start immediately. First of all, I would like to talk about a very dear work that we are doing, WWF is doing in Aceh, which is the Pasangan Elephant Conservation Initiative. It is an initiative that we started in early 2025, and it is something that is very dear to WWF Indonesia. WWF Indonesia itself, we've been in the country working since 1962. We are working currently in over 14 provinces with 11 field offices and 4 field stations across Indonesia, as well as several marine sites in Wakatobi, in Tamro, in Maluku Barat Daya, and so forth. Now, I think for us, science is the backbone of the conservation, and we strive to work as a science-based organization. We know, of course, that the challenges of conservation continues to evolve, especially as we have development, especially as we have more pressure from people, and also the more integral needs of economic development, especially in a country like Indonesia. So here we go in a deep dive to the Pasangan elephant conservation, why this is important. First of all, it's been highlighted by the president and also King Charles, so it has international bearing. Where in Pasangan we have 50 to 70 elephants, wild Sumatran elephants, which are habitating this landscape. And in this landscape, there is more than 10,000 inhabitants, people. And because of development, now we have a very high number of conflicts between human and wildlife. So monitored between 2019 and 2023, there has been 583 incidents, 3 human casualties, and 20 elephants that have been killed, as well as I'm sure it's more than 2020, 22 damaged houses and so forth. In this area, it's also an important area for commodities, durian, betel nut, coffee, and palm oil. So I think the solution is we don't want to move people, and we also don't have the luxury of moving the elephants as well. So the only way to actually be able to continue this is move from conflict to human-elephant coexistence. And this means that the existing habitat has to be optimized. It means that the livelihood of people have to be made resilient to elephants' disturbance. And also, it means that the communities are more prepared, and also the capacity of people working in the area, including government people, is increased. For example, using early warning systems and tracking of the movement of elephants, so that when elephants are moving towards areas of agriculture and community, there is an early warning and preparedness of how to deal with elephants safely. Now, the main outcome of PECI, which is the name of our work there, is of course to maintain a viable elephant population that coexists with humans. A habitat of core area is strengthened and developed, and this is where I think Pak Prabowo has donated, quote unquote, a concession that he has owned PTTHL as an elephant sanctuary, which is indeed one of the core habitats. So a lot of the work is actually to improve that habitat, so that the elephants would stay within the sanctuary for a longer duration. And third is also to put the human side of it as also an objective, where we increase the resilience, we increase the capacity of people there, so that they are able to share and coexist in this area. And third and fourth, of course, is to develop the livelihood and the sustainable kind of economy to support the existence of the elephant population. Because we understand that to continue to build up this or to continue this conservation work, not just for now, but until going forward, it needs also a sustainable financing, and that means that the commodities there, the environmental services there, is somehow made to be able to sustain the financing of this conservation work. So the roadmap itself right now is in inception. We're doing a lot of research, planning, enabling conditions, and then the next phase is the implementation of the first phase, which is basically to prepare the habitat so that the elephants would stay longer inside the sanctuary, And on the implementation phase is to explore how environmental services, how commodities and agroforestry is able to have financial benefits. The quick wins is to develop the core habitat itself, which is PT THL in that concession area. Develop DEM plots, demonstration farms of within the core area, adjacent to the core areas or bordering the core areas as elephant resistant agroforestry system. Work in 4 villages to establish this Kampung Tahan Gajah or resilient villages to elephants, and then transforming the business model of the PT THL and also the agroforestry and the community surrounding it with non-timber forest product, ecotourism, and maybe carbon and biodiversity credits going forward. Again, I think we are really stepping this up. This is just a quick timeline of where things are.
Sorry, sir. 2 minutes left for you.
Yeah, thank you. And this is just kind of our early mapping and our grid of where the elephants are. As you can see on the dark brown, this is actually the concession, and the green is the area of the habitat of the elephants. So the concession itself is not the total area of the habitat of elephants, but we want to make that the sanctuary or the concession area so habitable or so the quality so high so that the elephants themselves will remain or stay within that sanctuary area longer. This is just very quickly the areas of the elephants. We've done a lot of surveys. And right now, currently, we're doing a population survey as well. It seems like in their 2 blocks right now, one has 50 or 60 elephants. The other one also has 50 and 60 elephants, which is a lot because in all of Indonesia, maybe there's only around 1,000 elephants still in the wild. Again, this is the occupancy survey. As you can see, we're deploying science and technology in these surveys as well as ongoing on the work, and we welcome, of course, further collaboration with the university on this. Just again, and this is the modeling that is being used to develop what the type of activities we will have, what type of planting we will have within the concession. And again, these ongoing regular monitoring. So we have existing teams that are working right now in collaboration with local NGOs and other civil society. Okay. So this is my last, sorry. This is my last slide. This is a lot of work is also being developed on the nursery to make sure that the replanting of food and grass that are compatible with elephant. So again, this is going to be a long drive, 10 years, and we really hope that we can collaborate with the scientific community in Aceh to make this a successful run. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Aditya. The presentation is very interesting. I think it's like similar with the presentation from Vice Minister of Forestry. Some question, 1 or 2 question from audience, please. Any question may be interesting for PIC program? Please, Mr. Dean.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. Hello, Mas Dito, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Bapak Aditya atau Mas Dito, sometimes he call. Regarding the PECI program, of course we would like to have information how we can collaborate or we can contribute into the PECI project in the future, both from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine or other areas of expertise in the future, of course, to help WWF and other parties that involved in this project to make it successful in the future. Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm Teguh Reza Frasi, Dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Dean of Veterinary Medicine Faculty. So how is your response, Mr. Aditya, please?
That was Pak Reza, yeah? If I'm not mistaken. Yes, Pak Reza, we welcome very much. I think it's, we will obviously need a lot of science, a lot of, and also a lot of work to analyze and plan going forward, as well as evaluating as we go forward. As I said, the project itself is a 10-year project, and we have a huge challenge ahead of us in the sense of how do we develop this landscape so that coexistence truly happens. And I have been talking as well with the ministries and this area. If we are successful, the idea of coexistence will be replicated not just in Aceh but across Indonesia, because the challenge of human-wildlife conflict is now becoming more and more prevalent as the habitats are becoming more fragmented. So there is a whole lot of things that we can do. It's also about not just on the planning of the plants, but also on how do we reconnect areas, develop corridors, conduct monitoring and inventory, and also, of course, monitoring the health of the elephants, as well as we've already started to find that in the landscape there is also I don't know, kerbau. Kerbau is a water buffalo, and see how that there is interaction there between elephants and water buffalo, because in some ways there is a lot of they're eating the same grass basically. So we also need to think not just about the wildlife, but also about the animals that are being kept as what do you call it? Ternak itu apa ya? As livestock. And I think definitely, your university and your faculty will play a role on how to solve that part of the problem. So thank you very much, Pak Reza. We will be very happy to collaborate.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Aditya. And I hope the program will be successful, and maybe the veterinary medicine will be joined for the program. So thank you very much. Applause for Mr. Aditya. Now, time for the second speaker, Mr. Christopher Strain. So, Mr. Christopher was born in 1966 in Germany. He is a certified wildlife keeper and elephant handler, and a qualified veterinarian graduate from the University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover, Germany. So we are in the same university. Yeah, oh, it's wonderful, okay. I just know for today. Okay, so we are in the same alumni. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm from Pathology Institute. Yeah, and you? In 2014. Yeah, so it's little bit. Okay, 97. Okay. So now he suddenly is the program manager for Conservation Organization Committee for Sumatra Nature Conservation, and since 2015, an associate lecturer for elephant medicine and program coordinator for the wildlife ambulance at the Shahwala University Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. So Mr. Christopher, since 2017, he is a member for the ICU and ISSG. So, Mr. Christopher, please, time is yours.
Thank you very much for the introduction. So I don't know, can I forward it by myself here? Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I want to talk a little bit just how the environmental changes have impacted the elephant population and what we as veterinarians can do in the current situation for elephant conservation. So I think everybody knows that the human population has increased massively during the past 4,000 years. The human population increased from about 20 million to over 8 billion today. And although the population increase is declining, we are still not stable, and we predict probably that we will end up somewhere between 10 to 12 billion people within the next few years. So of course, where human population is increasing, human needs land, human needs areas. Next, next. So of course, where human population is increasing, natural habitats are decreasing, human needs lands. So since the past 10,000 years, almost half of the natural habitats were converted into farmland and urban areas. And so of course, many habitats went lost or declined in size, which of course has a very significant impact on any kind of wildlife, not only on elephants. And an elephant looks roughly like this. Here in yellow, you see the area that in the past was areas where elephants have been distributed, and the remaining green spots are areas where elephants are still now remaining nowadays. So it is estimated from evaluations that between the 1700s and 2015, about 65% of all the elephant habitat or areas where elephant naturally lived has disappeared. And that, of course, is a huge threat. And today we are remaining with probably less than 50,000 elephants in the wild and probably around 13,000 Asian elephants in captivity. So this is specifically for Asian elephants, of course. Yeah, African elephants, they have a bigger population, and Asian elephants are ranked as critically endangered by the IUCN Red List, and some subspecies, specifically our Sumatran elephant, is actually ranked as critically endangered. Sumatran elephant is ranked as critically endangered. So here you see roughly the numbers of the remaining elephant populations in the remaining 13 countries that still have wild elephant populations. By far the biggest populations are remaining in India. So maybe if you now look at the numbers and we could say, okay, 50,000 individuals, that's still a lot of elephants, and that still seems relatively good and relatively safe for the population for the long run. But the total remaining size of elephant habitat, unfortunately, is not one solid area. But a very big problem for elephant conservation is that the remaining area for elephants is not a solid area, but is highly fragmented. Yeah? So the biggest connected populations that are still remaining are in southern India and in Sri Lanka, where we have connected population of probably the biggest one in southern India, up to 6,000 individuals. But many populations only contain less than 200 individuals, often even only about 20 or some even less than 20 in areas which are isolated, where we have small isolated populations. And this fragmentation, isolation on top of the small areas, that total small area, creates, of course, a lot of other risks. One, of course, is if you have only a few hundred or a few dozens of elephants in one population, of course, we have inbreeding, and the genetic diversity in this small subpopulation is declining, and that on the long run, of course, is threatening the health of the animals, of the population in these fragmented populations. Another big problem with the high fragmentation comes that, of course, in a small area surrounded by farmland, often is encroached from many sides, from many parts. So encroachment in small areas makes the small areas even smaller, and in small isolated areas, elephants often try to venture out of these small pocket forests and venture into farmland and getting in conflict with farmers, destructing crops, destructing houses, and sometimes even people die. And in the end of the day, very often the result is that elephants get illegally killed by different means. Sometimes they get shot, sometimes they get poisoned, sometimes they get electrocuted. So the smaller the populations are, the smaller the forest patches are where elephants are in, the higher is the risk for conflict, and the higher is the risk also for killings, illegal killings of elephants. The same applies for poaching. The smaller a remaining habitat is, the easier is the access to these habitats, and the more often the elephants are roaming around on the border of these habitats, and the easier these elephants accessible for poachers. Yeah? And elephants mostly get poached for two means. Traditionally, we know all elephants get poached for ivory. But since a few years, I would say since the past 10 years, maybe 12 years, there is another trend that poaching increases for elephant skin and body parts, especially in some areas, northern areas from Myanmar. More and more cases have detected where elephants have been poached, not only for ivory, but only for the skin that go into the trade. Another problem is the smaller a population is, the more population is surrounded by farmland, the bigger is the risk that disease are transmitted to elephants. Disease like tuberculosis, rabies, anthrax, parapronematosis have been reported in wild elephants that it has caused death. And of course, the smaller a habitat is, the more often the elephants also may encounter humans, may encounter livestock that is driven for grazing into these small remaining habitats, and the higher is the risk of transmission of infectious disease to these small populations. Another health concern is about the elephant endothelial herpes virus, which is a virus which is naturally living within the population. We only know about EHV since about 30 years ago, that EHV actually can cause deadly disease in elephant calves. And that is usually happen in elephant calves older than 1 year old. Why is that? Because usually elephant calves, during the first year of their life, they are protected by maternal antibodies, so they have passive immunity. And during the first year of life, they should develop active immunity, which they only can develop when they're exposed to an elephant that is shedding the virus. And they should be exposed to a shedder during the first year of life. And you can imagine, the more elephants are in one population, the higher is the likelihood that this elephant baby during the first year of its life is exposed to a shedder and is developing active immunity. The smaller the population is, the higher is the risk that it's not getting exposed to a shedder, not developing active immunity, and then can develop deadly disease, the endothelial herpes virus hemorrhagic disease. Yeah. So apart from that, also there is an impact on the behavior and the physiology. It has been documented that in fragmented population where elephants roam around farmland and often chased around farmland, try to chase away from shields, that elephants suffer from a much higher stress level, and also their metabolic rates are reduced. So there are eminent directly influence on the physiology of these elephants. How that may impact the longevity, how that may impact reproductivity is not researched yet, so that is something that would be interesting to work on, but definitely it's probably not a positive influence. Yeah. Another man-made impact that has already discussed by other speakers today is climate change. Yeah, climate change, we know, alters habitats, reduces habitat sizes, and it is documented that it also causes redistribution of population or local extinction and extinction of animals. It is not well researched now how exactly it on the long term exactly impacts Asian elephant populations, but definitely from what we know and what also has been presented before, it doesn't look very good what is happening. And there are actually models from some countries, for example from India. Models expect that within the next century at least more than 40% of the remaining elephant habitat might disappear due to impact of climate change and climate change connected issues. So where are the role for us as veterinarians apart from doing
2 minutes.
Apart from doing research? There is a lot of what we can do. Of course, we need to develop disease surveillance and prevention programs in livestock. Yeah. We need to do research, and we have started to research with the work that we're doing with the faculty on different emerging disease in elephants like EHV, hemorrhagic disease, tuberculosis, and of course one of our goals is also to train more veterinarians, have better understanding about physiology, biology, and medical management of elephants. Yeah? A lot of activities are needed to better protect elephants, and now we have such small population that every individual is valuable. So very often we, with our work, need to treat wild elephants in the wild. Wild elephant that's suffering from injuries, snare injuries are very often. Every year we have at least 5, 6, up to 10 cases with wild elephants that we have to treat in the wild with the hope that these elephants can survive. With small fragmented populations, more and more often, we may consider to translocate elephants between populations in order to ensure genetic enrichment within these small pocket populations. So translocation of elephants, of course, requires capture these elephants, transport these elephants, and for all of these procedures, of course, sedation very often is needed, and proper surveillance of the healthcare of these elephants during all these procedures is where we as veterinarians are very much needed. Then for wild elephant research, ecology research, as well as for monitoring for human-elephant conflict prevention, it is very valuable to have exact data about the whereabouts of the elephants, which can be achieved with a GPS collar. To fit a GPS collar on a wild elephant, of course, we need to sedate the elephant. We have to make it in a proper way that the elephant is healthy and doesn't suffer from it, and reverse the sedation. Again, here we as veterinarians, we are very much needed to support these kind of conservation activities. Postmortems. Postmortems are also very important for 2 reasons. In case of illegal killings, we have to provide forensic valid evidence, so cases can be processed in court. And secondly, we also want to check, why did an elephant die? Is there this disease? It's a natural death. Is there something we have to follow up? Is there a threat that may be transmitted to other elephants or other wildlife? So conducting proper postmortems and they're getting proper, accurate results from postmortems is very important. Providing veterinary expertise for sustainable captive populations is also an important task for us, because now a big percentage of the Asian elephants are living in captivity, and they have value for overall conservation programs. In Sumatra, we have probably less than 1,000 wild elephants left, and we have about 400 Sumatran elephants in captivity. On the long run, we need to talk about reintroduction. We need to talk about maybe for elephants reintroduce in the small population for genetic refreshment. That is the reason why we need to keep these captive populations self-sustaining and healthy. And of course, the captive elephants can also be utilized for wild elephant conservation programs, for conflict mitigation, for wild elephant translocations. They also can serve for research that delivers us results which we can use for wild elephant conservation. And of course, captive elephants also can play a role in education awareness programs for elephant conservation in general. So in principle, the main issues that we have to target is loss of habitat, fragment habitation, poor law enforcement. Very often we have very good laws. In many Asian countries we have very good conservation laws, but the law enforcement needs to be improved. And we have very often insufficient HACC, human-elephant conflict mitigation, which often causes killing of elephants in retaliation. For all these programs, there are a lot of things need to be done, and we as veterinarians have a role in that. We have an important role in that to improve all these conservation activities. So I want to thank our donors which support the wildlife veterinary program here at our faculty, the Wildlife Ambulance program, and I want to thank you all for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Okay, very interesting about Asian elephant population and the role of veterinary science. So it has been shown that increased number of various types of conflicts between elephant and human living in the surrounding of remaining elephant habitats, increase stress level and reduce metabolic rates in elephants. Okay, one or two questions, please, from audience. In Indonesian is okay, because Mr. Christopher understand also for Indonesian. Oh, okay.
Well, that is in an early stage. Vaccines have been developed and are currently tested from 3 research groups, one in the United States, one in Holland, and one in England. At the moment, these vaccines are tested, but we don't know how effective they are. Yeah? So we are not at the stage where we know how effective the vaccines will really protect against EHV hemorrhagic diseases. And for now, it's only against one EHV type, EHV1A, yeah? Because that is the one that most commonly is causing hemorrhagic disease. Yeah? And it will most likely not solve the EHV hemorrhagic disease problem in wild populations. It is if it works, if it comes out, will be a solution for better protecting elephant babies in captive populations, but I don't think that's a solution for the wild population.
Okay. Oh, what, Mrs. It's okay. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Christopher. And now, time for Mrs. Adela Hemelia. Adela Hemelia Likova is a head of Department for Nature Conservation and Research and PhD candidate at the Case University of Life Science in Praha. She studied at the Faculty of Science Paleki University in Olomouc and focuses on sea turtle conservation and research in Indonesia. So, time is yours, please.
Thank you for introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, I would like to thanks for the invitation and for the opportunity to present here to Dr. Reza, the Dean of the Veterinary Faculty, and also to all academic staff from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. I will be talking about some examples of environmental changes and how they potentially threat marine turtles in tropical countries. I think there is something with PDF. Could it be? I think it's too large. If you could adjust the size. Anyways, on the first slide, you can see it now. I will start with a quick introduction about sea turtles, so that later on you can better understand why sea turtles are particularly sensitive to environmental changes. So sea turtles are reptiles, and there are 7 species in total in the world. And in Indonesia, there has been recorded the occurrence of all marine turtle species. Sea turtles have very important roles in marine ecosystems. For example, leatherback turtle is one of the main predator of jellyfish. Other species such as green turtle maintain seagrass fields, or hawksbill turtles, they maintain ecosystem balance in coral reefs. As for the life cycle, even though sea turtles spend most of the time of their life in the sea, they are tied to terrestrial environment for oviposition. That means that female turtles comes up to the beach to lay their eggs. After the nest is laid, there is incubation time during which the eggs develop into hatchlings. This incubation takes between 50 to 60 days. And if the incubation is successful, small hatchlings hatch out of the nest, and they run directly towards the ocean and start the beginning of their life in the sea. The sea turtles are one of the animals that have long lifespan, and also it takes them a long time to reach the maturity. Depending on the species, it can be something between 15 up to 25 years. And during this time, they spend all time in water, in the sea. They have incredible migration routes. They can migrate up to thousands of kilometers in the oceans, and they navigate themselves. But then for the breeding and for the nesting, they tend to the place, to return to the place of their origin to lay the eggs again. But as many species in the world, sea turtles are also threatened, and this is the concern also because of their ecological importance. And even though there is legal protection of the sea turtles in most of the countries, including Indonesia, the population numbers still do not look very well. And unfortunately, you can see Indonesia in quite red numbers, which is caused mainly by the illegal trade with the turtles. Another threat that is worsening the situation of the sea turtles is climate change. And for this presentation, I selected 3 issues that are related to the climate change and that can negatively impact the sea turtles. The first of them is temperature-dependent sex determination. The second is a rise in the sea levels, and the third one is warmer ocean temperatures. As for the temperature-dependent sex determination, what does it mean? Briefly or simply, that turtles rely, or small embryos, they rely on temperature to determine the sex of the hatchlings. With the rising temperatures, there are many reports from around the world that there is tendency that in some sites there has been more than 90% of female hatchlings, which for the long term presents a very serious issue, and this phenomena is called feminization of sea turtle populations in the world. The other factor is nesting site loss, which is related to the rise in the sea level. That means that some of the sea turtle nesting beaches can be inundated. Also, this can be worsened further by the erosion and coastal development. And some predictions say that there can be up to 87% loss by 2100. So even though it is known that sea turtles can recolonize or colonize new nesting sites, with such a high loss, it will be for them much more difficult to do the recolonization. Another climate change related threat to sea turtles is happening in the feeding grounds, and it's related to their main source of diet. So it is seagrass meadows and coral reefs, because naturally the warmer ocean temperatures also negatively impact the health of these marine ecosystems, and it is further worsened by coastal pollution, sedimentation, etc. So there has been reports, for example, from Australia, where it was found that sea turtles in their feeding grounds were basically starving because there was not enough seagrass beds that could provide them enough food. Another factor which might be more interesting to you as for the veterinarians is the occurrence of some turtle disease that again can be related to rising temperatures, in which some viruses or bacteria have better conditions to prosper. So one of them is the rising rates of tumor disease, which is called fibropapillomatosis, as you can see on the photos. But I don't want to talk only negatively, because for every issue there are some solutions. So what can be done to protect the sea turtles? In some areas, after a consideration, can be done turtle nest relocation with shadowing. That this method can help better sustain the temperature during the incubation, and to maintain balance sex in the clutches. Another conservation method that can be applied is ecosystem rehabilitation, so to rehabilitate seagrass meadows and coral reefs, and generally to better protect marine ecosystems. I'm almost at the end. Important part of sea turtle conservation is to involve students. So I'm particularly happy that we have several great students from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine who were helping with our conservation and research activities. And they are thus a new generation that can solve the issues. So that's all. I would like to thanks again for invitation, and I'm happy to answer some questions if there are.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Adela. It's very interesting about turtles. So I think the very negative impact to the turtle about environmental change and the climate change. Okay, so one or two questions from audience? Yes?
Please come forward. You can stand in front of the mic.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Yes. For the first, my name is Ana Farizalmi. I'm from ITBVM Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Syekh Kuala University. And I think this is so a cool topic for today. And I would like to give something to ask to you about in the tropical countries, human activities like tourism and coastal development often overlap with turtle nesting sites. How can we balance economic development and turtle habitats protection to more be effective? And in your perspective, what the key of the implementation, the program will be more effective? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for a great question. So, of course, if we are talking about sea turtle conservation or generally about conservation of any species, we have to consider also humans and sustainable development. So the solution is never to forbid everything. But for example, regarding the sea turtle ecotourism programs, there can be some guided tours and some standard procedures set in place so that tourists can come and observe the sea turtles. But for example, this should be done in a way that tourists do not touch the sea turtles. They approximate or they encounter them only from some given allowed distance, etc. The same is for the development, because there are many great examples from around the world where public beaches can coexist with sea turtle nesting. So, for example, the sea turtle nests can be signed or marked in some way so that people accidentally do not step into them, etc. So those are the ways that can help that ecotourism and some new alternatives for livelihood in coastal communities can be provided, and at the same time it makes sure that sea turtles can be protected. What is, however, quite important is that the ecological or biological processes of sea turtles are not disturbed. So in case of hatchlings, they should not be kept after hatching for prolonged periods in some pools or tanks, they should be immediately released to the sea. And yeah, I think that's all.
Okay, thank you. 1 minute left for one question, maybe? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you for such amazing knowledge and thank you for the opportunity. I'm Arini, a third-year student from the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. So my question is, considering the rapid pace of climate change and its wide-ranging effects on ocean temperatures, nesting beaches, and food availability, can sea turtles naturally adapt quickly enough to cope with these environmental changes, or will active conservation interventions be essential to ensure their long-term survival as a species? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for your question. And I would say that sea turtles can survive, even though it's for them quite difficult, and for sure the population numbers will be decreasing for some period. Even though if we apply some conservation strategies now, it will take a couple of decades until the new generation will reach maturity and some changes will be possible to record. But if we really want sea turtles to survive, they need our help, because there were definitely situations in the past during which sea turtles had worsened conditions, but the combination of current threats and other factors make their situation really difficult. And even though generally any species has incredible ability to adapt, in human Anthropocene, it's very challenging for the species, and that's why they need our help, whether those are sea turtles, elephants, orangutans, or rhinos.
Okay, thank you very much for Mrs. Adelia. Applause for her. Now, okay, time for Mrs. Marie Louise Schure. She is a wildlife veterinarian with 25 years experience in clinical care, animal welfare, and conservation. She is Associate Professor of Wildlife Studies at Shahwala University and a researcher at Utrecht University, specializing in veterinary forensics and care for trafficked and abused animals. And Luz regularly trains veterinary, student, and government officials. Her work breeds science, education, and advocacy with a focus on ethical, evidence-based care and capacity building within wildlife conservation. So please, Mrs. Luz.
Thank you so much for this introduction, and thank you very much for the invitation to present here today. I hope you can all hear me quite loud and clear. And I hope my slides will come to life on the board. Yes, there they are. So thank you very much. And I am the theme of today, From Science to Action, really speaks to my veterinary heart. I'm a practitioner from origin, and we veterinarians, we always want to go to action. But first, of course, we need to know if the science that we are going to apply is actually going to work. So only evidence-based science is what drives us. So my expertise nowadays is within the veterinary care for exploited wildlife, and it's mostly illegally traded wildlife. So illegal wildlife trade is an elusive trade. It works behind the scenes. It's not like a normal company that will tell you what the figures were yearly. This is behind the scenes. It's a veiled business. It's $1 million business. And we basically always have the horse behind the cart, as they say. So we are guessing numbers, we are guessing, estimating, trying to estimate how many are traded, and we are always a couple of steps behind the wildlife traders. So what I would like to share today is something that we found within the long-tail macaques, and because we have run a rescue center and we have rehabilitated these macaques, all victims of the illegal wildlife trade. Now, after a decade, we have finally sat down and had a good look at the numbers. So this is from the organization, the NGO JAN, or Jakarta Animal Aid Network, and they are big in wildlife protection. And on the left, you see a picture of one of their rescue centers, and this one is the Dancing Monkey Rehabilitation Center. So what do they rescue? Dancing monkeys, which is a phenomenon that is usually seen within Java, and it is monkeys that are made to do human acts on the streets. So either stealth walking or riding a bicycle, wearing clothes, and mostly wearing a mask. And what else came into our center? And these were surprises for us too. These were social media victims. These were mostly baby infants that were bought in the markets, and unboxing videos were really popular, and the influencers would get a lot of likes and clicks on it, and eventually they would end up in our rescue center. And another really disturbing community online was also detected, and this community was an international community. The videos were made within Indonesia, and the international community was paying to see videos of these animals being cruelly harmed. So this was a really sick community. We traced the perpetrators, we traced the monkeys, and we traced the YouTuber who was making these videos, and then it went to Interpol, and I'm happy to say that internationally they have picked this up, and as we speak, people in the UK and in the USA have been brought to court and are serving time in jail for doing this. But it is something that is of our times, basically. And another big amount of the monkeys were basically discarded pet monkeys. So the question is, I know that the long-tail macaque is not really loved by everyone. A lot of people consider it a rat baby, right? It's a neglected species. It's not as charismatic as the Sumatran elephant, right, or as the orangutan. So it's a disregarded species. But I think we can still learn a lot from all those victims that came into our rescue center. So what did we do? We rescued them. Then we tried to get them back to species-specific behavior and health. And that was a big deal. That is where us veterinarians were really necessary. And once we had got them back to psychological and physical health, we rewilded them, so we taught them how to live in the forest again, and then basically brought them back to the forest in their species-specific community, a family group. Now, this is a picture of a species-specific family group living in the wild, multi-male, multi-female, and different ages. Now, we didn't have that luxury because we never knew what would enter our rescue center. Now, all these victims, only for the dancing monkey, there is definitely legislation since 2014 because we have campaigned for so long for this legislation, but all the other pets, social media victims, yes, it's all in the animal welfare legislation, but it's really hard to get actually the authorities moving and to rescue these animals. So this is a decade of long-tailed macaques. Entering the rescue center is the dark dots, and Releasing them are the orange dots. So you can see what, to our surprise, we started in 2013, December. That's when we got like over 100 individuals, and we thought that is where it would end, the whole rehabilitation and the whole program. Little did we know that after 10 years, we're still very necessary within Indonesia. So as you can see, it's close to 700 animals that have been rescued and released. So we have rescued over 700 animals, because obviously not all of them can be rehabilitated and released back to the wild. I'd say around 10% is actually permanently in our care because they are permanently handicapped. Yeah, so this is a life history, like an average life history of a long-tailed macaque. They get trapped in the wild, and then they get either live in captivity, human captivity as a pet, or get trained to be a dancing monkey. The moment that we rescue them, we go through rigorous quarantine. That is where us veterinarians are very much needed to stop One Health, stop zoonosis as well. Then we rehabilitate them and we rewild them to eventually release them. Now you might think, how long does that take? A lot of people think that this might take a couple of weeks. No, the average long-tailed macaque takes close to 400 days to go through that whole process. So it's never just a rehabilitation. This takes time and effort. Once these animals have lived in captivity, you need to nurture them back to physical and mental health. Now, was it really necessary to rescue them, you might think? Right? Was their welfare actually impaired when they lived in human captivity? For the dancing monkey, I think it's evident, right? We all know that that is a cruel trait. But for all those others, like pet monkeys, are they actually, you know, in a bad welfare? So this is a scientific paper from my colleagues of the Utrecht University, of the Department of Animals within Science and Society. And what they investigated was, can the animal actually adapt to the situation? What you can see is red zone. They used the stoplight colors, so red zone is actually very impaired welfare. Green zone is a good welfare. Now, we scientists, on a scientist level, we're always in discussion because animal welfare is also subjective. When it's in the red zone or in the green zone, it's quite obvious to us scientists, but sometimes not so to the general public. The yellow zone, so maybe you could call it the gray zone, is where us scientists are continuously discussing the fact, is this animal in a good welfare state or is it in an impaired welfare state? And the question is also, each individual is different. Just like us primate human beings, these individuals are also different. Some can adapt, some cannot adapt. But how do we veterinarians know if it's a red zone? Well, let's have a look.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Luz.
How many?
2
minutes. Okay. So what we did was we systematically, every animal that came in, we forensically assessed it for health and welfare, and we answered these 5 questions, which are basically the 5 freedoms of animal welfare. You recognize them, right? So here we go. I have to caution you because some of the footage might be a little bit disturbing for you. So let's go. This is an average dancing monkey's homing. They cannot stand, they are chained permanently, so I'd say this housing is not okay. They normally live in a family group. Dancing monkeys are kept solitary. Another impaired, animal welfare. Then we find minor scars, but these scars are evidence that they were tethered, that they had a collar around their waist. If the waist chain is too tight, well, you get scars. So that's another sign, evidence of impaired animal welfare. We also found major impaired animal welfare. I mean, this is shocking, but no, everybody will recognize this. But the other one, the general public won't see it. These animals have hair. body condition score. Many were in a very low body condition. Again, it is all covered in hair. So minor stereotyping, I'd say, this doesn't impact your life. If you suck your finger, that's okay. But also major impacting stereotyping. These were self-biting, they were self-harming. So all of these had to be corrected. But the most prominent, the most staring in your face one was the dental. This is a normal dental of an adult male macaque. Long canines, and the canines are as large as the roots that are structuring it within the skull. Now let's have a look at a dancing monkey. There are no canines anymore. So this is another evidence of human body malformation. They basically clip the canines away. Well, all we veterinarians know is that you get open pulpas and infections. And another thing is these dancing monkeys need to wear a mask. If you look at the inside of the mask, there's a horizontal bar, and they have to clamp that horizontal bar right on that infected zone. So a lot of our work was correcting all these infected dental, oral, hampering infections. And to our surprise, it was also found in the younger monkeys. This is a young monkey with clearly gigi-susu, deciduous teeth. So compromised animal welfare was confirmed. So we designed a triadent system which is used by veterinarians all over the world, but we had to add some extra notations for all these oral inflammations that we found specifically in the monkeys. So we had to remove all the fractured roots and crowns, and to form stable family groups, we needed to correct their dental health. If you've ever had a toothache, you know that you're not yourself if you have a toothache. For them to be able to express themselves, they needed to have a dental health. We needed to do this after quarantine, and we needed to give pain relief, obviously, but the veterinary dental specialist work was a lot of work, so this is also why they were almost 400 days in our care. Now let's see at the prevalence of the dental fractures compared to their background. Obviously, in the dancing monkeys, we saw it most, more than 60%. But in the wild, we only saw it in 8% of the monkeys. Now let's have a look at the pets. And still surprising, a pet is an animal that you keep for pleasure, but still more than 20% of them had fractured teeth. Then dental fractures compared to age distribution, because we thought it might only be in these big males that we find these dental fractures. Let's have a look. In the wild, it's only the adults. In the dancing monkeys, it's almost a 50-50 distribution. And then in the pets, it's still a lot of the infants and juveniles also had fractured teeth. So human-induced fractured teeth. Now let's look at the gender distribution. In the wild, males. In the dancing monkeys, males, but also females. And in the pet monkeys, also the females, disturbingly, had these clipped canines. So the bottom line is that the majority of rescued dancing monkeys and pet monkeys have severe, often complex injuries, which require specialized veterinary care. And this is where veterinarians play a critical role. And rehabilitation can only be done when you have healthy monkeys, free of pain, and can express their individual character. So the crucial role of veterinarians within rehabilitation and rewilding of wildlife is essential. So thank you very much for listening to me.
So, very nice presentation about Jakarta Animal Aid Network and also about Macaca fascicularis. So any question? One question only? Because the time is up. Okay, please.
Hello, my name is Bagas Rikolanda. I'm a student from Faculty of Veterinary Medicine. Very interesting presentation, by the way. So my question is, so myself agree that there are increasingly many influencers on social media that using wildlife in their contents become their hobby. So in your opinion, is there still an ethical boundary that makes such contents permissible, or should it be completely prohibited? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that question. And I would almost like to ask you, what do you think? Yes, exactly. So I think we can agree that especially for social media content or entertainment, they are absolutely unsuitable. And I think the big question that we need to ask ourselves, because the illegal wildlife trade in long-tailed macaques, the driver is the demand from us all wanting a long-tailed macaque as a pet, right? That is why they sell them in the markets. So whether it's for social media content or just keeping them in captivity, you know, without a family group on their own, but with clipped canines, I think that's not animal welfare. So I think that is where society needs to start thinking about, is it okay to keep wildlife in captivity? Are we doing a good job? And how are we going to keep them in captivity if we are allowing this? And how are we going to monitor this? Thank you for the question.
Okay, applause for Mrs. Luz. Thank you very much. So now time is up for the wildlife session. It's very interesting. First for the program Wildlife for Indonesia, and then next we see the presentation very interesting about Sumatra elephant, and then next the turtle in the tropic area, also for the Macaca fascicularis. Thank you very much for your attention, also for the question and the time. So we also say thank you very much also for all presenter, for Mr. Christopher, Mrs. Luz, and Miss Adela. Now I give the next session to the Master of Ceremony, please.
Thank you very much for the very interesting session. Now we would like to present a certificate of appreciation to all the speakers and the moderator. Therefore, we would like to invite the Vice Dean of Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Syah Kuala, Professor Dr. Hewan Erwin MSc. Please come to the stage. And then we would like to hand it the certificate of appreciation first to the Mr. Aditya from WWF Indonesia virtually, and secondly to Dr. Christopher Streme, and the third one for Miss Adela Hemilikova, and last one for Dr. Luz Shur, and also for our moderator. Thank you very much for all invited speakers and the moderator for a very valuable and inspiring session. Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is the second session of invited speakers, which will be moderated by Professor Dr. Hewan Muhammad Hambal. Professor Muhammad Hambal earned his Doctor of Veterinary Medicine degree from Universitas Syah Kuala in 1990, and then continued doctorate in veterinary sciences in the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Freie Universität Berlin, Germany in 1998. He is a professor in the Laboratory of Parasitology at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, Universitas Syah Kuala. He previously served as the head of the research laboratory from 2020 to 2021, and as the dean of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine from 2012 to 2020. So without further ado, to Professor Dr. Hewan Muhammad Hambal, stage is yours.
Thank you very much, Pak Ubay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good afternoon, everybody. I'm very happy to be in front of you, and for the ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, this is the last session for today. I hope last but not the least, and I'm sure it is last but not the least. And for today, for this last session, we have three speakers. First, Professor Dr. Hafandi Ahmad from the University Putra Malaysia. And then we have Ibu Anissa Makfirah from WCS, Wildlife Conservation Society, and also from Bapak Dedi Ansah from FKL, Forum Konservasi Lauser. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to welcome the three speakers. I think from the three speakers today, there is a common thread that they are going to talk about the ecosystem conservation, and also one is very specific. We will talk about ecosystem conservation from the eye of gender equity, I think, Bu Afira? Yeah. And before our time is now very limited, but we have to use the time very effectively. I hope we can welcome first Bapak Farhan. Pak Farhan is Pak Fandi, maaf. Pak Fandi Ahmad is an associate professor at the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, University Putra Malaysia, and he is very specialized in animal physiology, and he teaches various subjects related to physiology, and also has a strong expertise in laboratory animal behavior and wildlife behavior ecology. And Pak Hafandi is also a facilitator for in situ One Health problem-based learning under the Malaysia One Health University Network. Please come to the point.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, can we have the slide, please? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and the organizer committee for inviting me to this conference, and I'm so happy to be here. So my name is Hafandi. I'm from University Putra Malaysia, Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, and the topic of my talk today is in situ One Health problem-based learning on animal, wildlife, and ecosystem health. Okay, next slide. I can use this. So this presentation is actually based on my experience since 2018 until 2024 as a facilitator in situ PBL program. So these programs, almost 7 years, was sponsored by USAID, COHUN, and Malaysia University One Health Network, MyOHUN. So since 2018 until 2024, which is last year, the last program that we handled is last year in Penang, National Park Penang. And 2020 and 2021, we performed as online due to the pandemic. Next, please. Okay, so before I'm going through, let me introduce to you what is the PBL, or problem-based learning. I think most of us are familiar with PBL, problem-based learning. PBL is one of educational approach where students learn by actively solving complex or real-world problems. And this is one of the methods that students play an active part in the acquisition of knowledge. And we can perform the PBL in classroom or lecture hall. Next, please. I can use this here. Okay. So based on this PBL, we can assess the student achievement by the developing critical thinking and also communication skill and the leadership and also collaboration skill. Because of in PBL, we can see some of the students actively discuss the problem or discuss the case study that we provided. Okay, next please. And when we combine the in situ and PBL, because we know that in situ is actually real life or real place or original place. So when we combine the in situ and PBL, so the in situ PBL is the implementation of PBL activities within real life or realistic professional context, rather than in classroom condition. Okay? So usually we can use in situ PBL, especially from the participants or facilitator from the medicine background, veterinary sciences, engineering, and environmental science. And because we can see, as I mentioned before, in situ, when we combine with PBL, we can see that students can solve the real world problem on site, which is this can enhance the learning outcomes. Next, please. So this is the benefits of in situ PBL. We can see that some of the students, in terms of critical thinking, okay, context-rich learning, and also we can see some of the students build professional competencies in terms of communication and decision-making. And also, when we do this technique, we can see that some of students improve their motivation and engagement. Next, please. So I have summarized with different aspects when we compare between PBL, normal PBL, and in situ PBL. So this is a different aspect, for example, learning environment, contextual learning, access to reality, engagement level, critical thinking, collaboration, and examples. But I want to emphasize here, for the learning environment, for the PBL, we perform at the classroom or lecture hall. But in situ PBL, as you can see here, we conduct in the actual real-world environment. For example, you can see here, zoo, farm, wildlife center, community area, or a rehabilitation center. And then this is some aspect that we can compare between PBL and in situ PBL. Next, please. So this is some of the pictures that we performed the in situ PBL. The first one, which is the blue shirt, we perform at the Kuala Ganda, which is the area of the indigenous village. And then the red one, we perform at the rainforest area at the national park. And then the third one, we perform the in situ PBL in the cattle farm, yeah, in the cattle farm. Next, please. So, and this one is actually the area of the zoonotic diseases, or the original place of the zoonotic diseases. Because this one is actually in Kuala Sepetang, Taiping, Perak, one of the states in Peninsular Malaysia. So this area was gazetted as a rabies outbreak on 2017, and we performed the in situ PBL on 2019. So we can see that some of the students gain their knowledge in terms of, you know, how the students communicate with the community, and then how the student get the information from the veterinary officer, medical officer, from the owner of the pets, okay, because during that time, the veterinary officer also explained in terms of the vaccination program, especially for the pets, okay. So this is the area of the zoonotic diseases, okay. Next one. And then this one is in Borneo. We performed the in situ PBL in the Sepilok rehabilitation center, especially in orangutan. And then also during this in situ PBL, we can see some of the students do their practical. They have the opportunity to do some of the practical, okay, especially in this case is maybe we can see something like pregnancy diagnosis, okay. So the yellow one is actually in the dairy cattle, in the dairy farm, yeah. Okay, next one. And since 2017 or 2018 and 2024, we provided a guidebook. We call this book is a guide how to run in situ One Health problem-based learning. So I'm the second editor. So we published this book. So in this book, we have the techniques or the methods, procedure, how to run the in situ PBL. And I summarized into 3 categories. Next, please. Which this actually the most important part that we have to understand before we start to do the in situ PBL. The first one is the role of organizing committee. And the second one is the role of facilitator, collaborator, and case writer. And then the third one is the role of participants. Next one. So this is the role of the organizing committee. Okay, I just read this one. The first one is preparation of the tentative program, seeking for potential sponsors. Sponsors is very important because we do outside. because we have to think about the accommodation, about the transportation. So that's why sponsor is very important. And then identification of case writer, selection of facilitator, selection of participants, identification of venue, and planning of logistic arrangement. So this is the role of organizing committee. Next one. And then this is the role of facilitator. Facilitator, if we're focusing on the animal or ecosystem health or wildlife, the background of the facilitator is actually associated with the ecosystem lecturer or people, medical, biomedical, veterinary, zoology, and environmental students. And then the facilitator also have to attend the pre-activity workshop, we call the training of trainee session for the case study flow. And then the facilitator needs to study before we run, especially the case study, and then have to understand the rubric, the evaluation form, and etc. And then keep all the information of the case confidential, okay, before we start the in situ PBL. And then brief the participants, especially students, on the PBL flow and offer guidance during the group discussion. And then identify dominant, passive, and irregular behavior that may affect the progress of the discussion among the groups of members. So we can see some of the students are quite passive, so facilitator needs to guide them, encourage them in terms of the discussion and to give some opinion. And then facilitator also moderate the session but avoid taking the role of lecturer as the participants are supposed to lead and critically discuss the case. So meaning that the lecturer or the teacher less talking, yeah, we have to make sure that the student is more communicate. Next one. So participants, we can choose participant, but in this program, One Health program, we have to choose with different background, especially biomedical, veterinary, medical, zoology students, environmental students, and so on. And then understand the case, try to discuss, follow the clue or trigger provided by the facilitator. I will explain what is the trigger after this. And then the participant have to ready with any textbook or lecture notes or Wi-Fi to search any information. In addition, when we do the in situ PBL, the participant can communicate with the collaborator or communicate with the community, to find the information. Next one. So this is a collaborator. So since 2018 until 2024, this is the list of the collaborator that we collaborate in terms of to do the in situ PBL. Okay, we can see that we collaborate with Ministry of Health, Department of Veterinary Services, Department of Wildlife and National Park, Peninsula Malaysia or Perhilitan. Okay, next one. So for the case writer, of course, case writer, we have to build up the case study. Okay, thank you. In terms of the study, especially the problem is actually related with the One Health, because this program is actually related with One Health. So the case study is actually related in One Health, animal, wildlife, and ecosystem health. Okay, for example, in situ One Health PBL, the One Health collaborative effort and could be combination from the following: medical, veterinary, environments, ecosystem health, wildlife ecology, wildlife conservation, communication, and others. Okay, next one. So we come up with two versions of books, okay, a problem-based learning approach to One Health cases. So in this book, version 1 and version 2, we have a lot of diseases related with One Health. For example, brucellosis, tuberculosis, leptospirosis, rabies, okay. So we have the case study, case storyline, so that the facilitator can use, this case study for the in situ PBL. Next one. So this is example, trigger meaning that we give one by one to the student, especially during the procedure of the in situ PBL. Then the student have to extract from the trigger, because here we have like 5 trigger. Trigger 1, trigger 2, trigger 3, trigger 4, and trigger 5. So the student have to extract the facts, the ideas, the learning, and also the action plan from each trigger. So facilitator have to guide them in terms of during the discussion, during the argument, we can see that some of the students trying to explain their point in terms of to extract the trigger. Next one. So this is the trigger 1, trigger 2, trigger 4, and trigger 5. Next one. So the student have to put the information in this table. We call FILA table. FILA meaning that F is stand for facts, I is stand for ideas or hypothesis, L is stand for learning, what do you need to know, and then A is action plan. So each trigger, the student have to put the information inside this table during the discussion. Next one. And this is some of the example that I give here, especially how the student give the information based on the trigger. So we as a facilitator, we have to guide them in terms of, the point, the context, and everything related with the One Health. Next one. Then this is the rubric that we can evaluate the student in terms of the communication, in terms of the knowledge, in terms of the critical thinking, and so on. Next one. And then at the end of the program, we can ask the student to present, especially the outcome of the FILA table. So this is the way that students present during the Institute PBL. We ask the student to present as an oral presentation, poster presentation, performing art. Performing art is very interesting because sometimes when we perform the Institute outside, outside from the campus, we can see that some of the students are very creative in terms of the performing art. Multimedia performance, written report, and mind maps. Next one. And then we can see some of the evaluation by the student in terms of this program. Mostly they are very happy because we go outside and then we communicate with other people with different backgrounds. So we can see that some of the students are enjoy in this Institute PBL. Next one. So I think that's all. If you have any question, you can email me at hafandi@upm.edu.my. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bapak Hafandi. Please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, we will change a little bit. We will make it a plenary session. So after 3 presentations, then we will have a question and answer, so we can make it more effective. And then I think what we can summarize of Bapak Hafandi Ahmad is that One Health problem-based learning on animal, wildlife, and ecosystem health will increase the student engagement, support knowledge, and also strengthen appreciate for better relationship, or according to Pak Hafandi, interdependence of human, animal, and environment. And next, we will move to Ibu Anissa Makfirah. Ibu Anissa Makfirah is expert in socio-economic issues and also GETC, or gender equation, gender equity, disability, and social inclusion. And today, Ibu Anissa Makfirah is working in Wildlife Conservation Society Indonesia program, and it is based in Jakarta, Ibu. Yeah, it is based in Bogor. So, Ibu Anissa Makfirah will present about community initiative in wildlife conservation. Ibu Anissa, please come forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Pak. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm here on behalf of our country director, our Ibu Novia Randayani, who unfortunately cannot attend the event today. So in this session, I'm very grateful to be invited to talk about the social aspect of the wildlife conservation. So in this moment, I will try to maximize my limited time here to share about the social aspect of wildlife conservation. So just a brief introduction of Wildlife Conservation Society, or WCS. In our organization, we are a non-profit organization. In our organization, we have 5 thematic programs. We have marine program, forest program, wildlife trade and policy, One Health, and rights and communities. One Health and rights and communities is actually the new baby of the WCS. We just established the programs in the last 3 years after more than 100 years of conservation organization. So this commitment shows how we believe that, as the previous speakers also mentioned, we believe the interdisciplinary approach for wildlife conservation. When we talk about the animals, we need to talk about the human also. So simply put, our vision is to build community of purpose around conservation in Indonesia. This is in line with WCS vision, in which we want to build a world where wildlife thrives in land and the sea, and we want this healthy ecosystem, healthy environment will be valued by the community, and the community will get benefit from it. When I talk about community, I mean, WCS work in many conservation areas, both sea and forest. So the community I mentioned here means the community in the coastal areas around the sea and the community around the forest areas. These are the people who live the closest to the natural resources. They are the one whose livelihood, whose lives are most dependable to the natural resources, and they are the one who knows best about the natural resources. That's why it is necessary, it is important to bring them together to have a shared purpose to protect our natural resources. So this is pretty much our approach. So the community of purpose means we want the people around the natural resources to also protect our natural resources, and it is expected to lead to ecosystem health and community well-being. Our 2 overarching approach is the first one, community engagement and planning, and community-based governance and management, which I will talk in details in the next slide. I just want to mention here, there's in the bottom, you can see that there's a securing rights, exercising rights, and benefiting from rights. So we apply the human right-based approach in our interventions. That means the people around the natural resources have the rights to be involved in managing the resources, and the rights have to be secured, they need to be able to exercise their rights, and hopefully they will get benefit from their rights. So this is some of the approach in the field. The first one is by building community resiliency and sustainable livelihood. Building the capacity building for the community, I think I will talk for the second point first. Pokmaswas is kelompok masyarakat pengawas, or community-based monitoring group. These are the people in the coastal area, members of the community, who patrol the sea to ensure to record and report any destructive fishing practices in the sea. And there's an MDM group, or Masyarakat Desa Mandiri, or self-reliant group. These are the group who who are in charge for human-wildlife conflict mitigation in the village. So we build the capacity in the people, in the community, to monitor their own natural resources. We also raise awareness on conservation issues, how important it is, how to protect them, what to do when they find something illegal, something destructive, etc. We also have a reach to reef approach, which is land to sea approach, and women in conservation. We are involving more and more women to our intervention, because when we talk about farmers, when we talk about fishers, usually we talk about mostly men, male-dominated area. But there are a lot of research that shows that in the fishing communities, the ones who go to the sea are men, mostly men. There are some women also. But the pre-harvesting process and post-harvesting process are conducted by mostly women. So to make a holistic approach, we need to involve both men and women. Also in the forest area, every agricultural commodity men and women have their own unique roles in cultivating their lands. It is important, it is necessary to involve both men and women for the natural resource management. And then we try to build a collective action. There's an interesting story in Bukit Barisan Selatan. So at that time, we created a human-wildlife conflict mitigation group in one village. So the elephant came to the agricultural land. This group tried to herd the elephant away from their villages. But unfortunately, the elephant go to the next villages. And then this created tension between the villages. So it creates awareness among the community that we also need to be the human-wildlife conflict mitigation group. So now there's the integrated information sharing, knowledge sharing system around the Bukit Barisan Selatan to make sure that when the elephant came to their land, they can herd elephants away back to the forest, not to the next village. We also have community livelihood activities. People around the natural resources usually do illegal activities because of economic reason. So when we create livelihood activities, we try to lessen the burden to the natural resources. Also, in some of the livelihood groups that we have created, the members committed to give 10 to 20% of the profit to monitor the resources around them. And then we also influence government programming. This is like a basic needs of the community. So we have to work with the government to provide this to the community, like health insurance for fishers, road infrastructure, and investment for seaweed farmers, which means we also work with the private sector. And then strengthening customary natural resource management practices. So the one from Aceh may be familiar with Panglima Laut. Panglima Laut is a very strong case how the customary management system could really protect the natural resources. We also have Awik-Awik in West Nusa Tenggara and Papadak in Rote, East Nusa Tenggara. In this, thank you, Pak. In this approach, we believe that community is the equal partners to protect, to manage the natural resources. They are not only the beneficiaries, they are also the equal partners. They are our stakeholders. So this is some of the examples from the field. In Waikambas, we empower communities to mitigate human-wildlife conflict, and in 5 years, the frequency of wildlife snaring is reduced up to 42%. And because the human-wildlife conflict mitigation is trained and being aware that elephants are not pests, they are necessary for the environment. So now there's a peaceful coexistence between elephants and human activities. In Loser landscape, we also we built the tiger-proof enclosure. When for people who have livestock, to prevent the livestock to get attacked by tigers, and we also introduced a livestock vaccination program as community incentive, along with the government partners, local NGO also, and I think Siak Kuala University also involved in this intervention activities. We also increased the community participation in wildlife monitoring, and there's a steady decrease in human-tiger negative interaction since 2016. Moving to marine area, I would like to talk the case in West Nusa Tenggara. As I mentioned before, there is Awik-Awik customary regulation, existing customary regulations that we strengthen to better, to be more greener. So we do a survey, socio-ecological survey, and give the community that for a particular fish, the minimum size of the fish that fishers can capture is this size, this weight. So there's like we try to strengthen the regulation in the community. We also provide livelihood activities for the fisher communities and MPA fisheries management. There is a POK Maswas to monitor the destructive fishing practice, and the BLUD, Badan Layanan Umum Daerah, Regional Public Service Agency, to help the MPA, the Marine Protected Area, to be financed sustainably. This is a work in progress. And we also support the registration process for small-scale fishing vessels by, if fishers registered their boat to the government, they will be able to access support from the government, like a subsidy fuel. And then Karimun Jawa is interesting case because, as you may know, Karimun Jawa is a very touristic place. And about 2 years ago, the fishers in Karimun Jawa initiated to close some of the tourism area for the mangrove ecosystem. It shows how the community now to try to get the long-term impact instead of short-term economic gain. We also introduce sustainable tourism practice, and there's a positive impact on the health of fish stock. As conclusion, I would like to mention that the wildlife conservation cannot be separated from social inclusion, economic empowerment, and institutional collaboration. And we believe that empower, inclusive, and self-reliant communities are key to lasting conservation and just development. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please give applause for Ibu Anissa. What I can summarize from Ibu Anissa presentation is that building community resiliency and sustainable livelihood will increase support and create a mutually beneficial and durable relationship between human, animal, and ecosystem. Thank you very much. I think it's very interesting. And then we invite Bapak Dediansa to come forward to speak about the rhino. Bapak Dediansa is the coordinator for wildlife protection at the Forum Konservasi Lauser, and he graduated in biology from the University of Syekh Kuala, or MIPA, and he has been committed to wildlife conservation since he was a student, and currently he is the coordinator of Sumatran Rhino Rescue Program, and for that reason, with his colleague, he established the first captive breeding initiative in Lauser ecosystem. And for that, he has the recognition for his dedication, dedication. He received the Whitley Award from the Whitley Fund for Nature in 2022. Pak Dedi, please.
Terima kasih. Thank you, Pak Profesor Hambal. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to the Icsear organizing committee have invited me to one speaker here, and our respect to my great respect to all of my lecture here. I am one of the alumni of biology USK, and honorable for the all speaker and all participants in here. And my presentation is a little bit general, is about the wildlife conservation in Lauser ecosystem. But before we start, maybe my English is not very good, and something is not clear about my pronunciation, or something we must missing with the bahasa. I apologize about that. And ladies and gentlemen, we start my presentation. I think all person here is familiar about the Lauser ecosystem. Is very important tropical rainforest in Indonesia, in Sumatra. This the last place on earth where we can find the Sumatran rhino, tiger, elephant, and orangutan still left together in one habitat. We cannot find in other place for the, like the Loser ecosystem. Not only for the wildlife, this landscape is very important for the water resource for the human run of the Loser ecosystem. And this is very critical for the carbon store and climate regulation, and also for many essential services for the ecosystem to the more than 3 million people around the Loser ecosystem. We can see this is one Loser ecosystem area in the South Aceh, and we have the complete distribution forest vegetation type in the Loser ecosystem. And we can see we start from the coastal, from the beach to the swamp forest, and lowland, upland, until to the top of the mountain. This is very complete type of forest in Loser ecosystem. And Loser ecosystem is mega biodiversity. It's the one high biodiversity hotspot in the world. And we still have the more than 300 bird species in Loser ecosystem, 170 mammal, and many other species still left in the Loser ecosystem. And this is the very important. The highlight is the last habitat for the last viable of population of Sumatran rhino. And we still have the viable population Sumatran rhino in the Loser ecosystem. What the challenge, what the problem in Loser ecosystem for the wildlife conservation? The first is about the deforestation and habitat loss because for the plantation and also illegal logging, mining, and encroachment contributing for the forest loss in Loser ecosystem. The second is about the habitat degradation, the infrastructure development, like for the road and community settlement, make the habitat satwa liar, wildlife habitat destruct and fragmented. And the next challenge is poaching and trafficking, and other is the human-wildlife conflict, because habitat is getting small and make the many conflict human and wildlife in Loser ecosystem, especially for the Sumatran tiger and elephant. This is the map of the function Loser ecosystem, also including the Loser National Park. Loser National Park is the World Heritage status in the UNESCO. And the other map is about the wildlife density and human density. And we can see the area of the height, the wildlife density is the edge of the area and very close with the community area. This is one of the problem wildlife conservation in the Loser ecosystem. The other one is the distribution of Sumatra elephant and the orangutan. And we can see in the yellow and orange is the elephant distribution. And many, most of the elephant habitat is in lowland forest and also targeted by the human for the plantation. And most of the elephant habitat in Loser ecosystem is outside of the conservation and protection area. And what we do for support wildlife conservation in the Loser ecosystem. The first FKL have 38 wildlife protection team. We talk is the ranger team, more than 200 ranger, and they're working together with the ranger from government, from Loser National Park, and also from the Aceh Forestry Agency for do patrol minimum 15 days each month. And this is they're working very, very hard to protect the area, to do patrol, and to stop many third of the in Loser ecosystem. Since 2014, they have the estimated offer of 5,000 snare in Loser ecosystem. This is their activity in the field. And we can see is the ratio number of fawn of the snare in Loser ecosystem year per year is decreasing. It's the good impact from the smart patrol for snare decreasing. But we still believe, and the problem is the wildlife poaching effort in Loser ecosystem still very high. The another one is we supporting the Loser National Park for operate the patrol post and also using the silent camera, the real-time camera, and also with the tracking dog canine. And this unit is very integrated. For the patrol post, we collaborative with the Loser National Park and Indonesia Army, police, and also with the local community. This is very collaborative and good team. And they not only do for the patrol, but the team also giving the awareness among the local community around of patrol post. This is a graph of the decrease of forest cover loss around the world area of patrol post in Gunung Loser National Park. And we can see when we operate the patrol post, forest cover loss is decreased. This is the good impact from our patrol post team. FKL also support the authorities, forest authorities Aceh for the law enforcement and illegal forestry, and also for the wildlife trade case. And also for the wildlife rescue and human conflict mitigation, and we do for the elephant barrier and with the canal and electric fence. This one is the supporting for the habitat restoration. This is very important thing what we do for the restore the wildlife habitat in Loser ecosystem. And at now, FKL have support Aceh government and Loser National Park for operate 17 post restoration in forest and in the protection forest and the national park. And this one sample, one example, we do restoration for the before in 2009 is all of area is illegal palm oil, and we cutting down the palm oil, and after that in 2014 is the natural restoration, and in 2019, the forest discovery back. And this one in 2025, and to be a good forest for the secondary forest. And in another area where we working together with local community for the community-based restoration. This one is we managing tree vegetation in Loser ecosystem and one under conservation now. And the Ketambi recitation is the oldest orangutan recitation in the world. And we invite all of the university here for coming to our recitation for do research and activity in there. This one is the education and awareness program, especially for the young people around of Loser ecosystem. We also working with the community involvement and livelihood program, and working together with the women, ibu-ibu in around of the Loser ecosystem for the economic creative to give impact for her family. And this one is local conservation champion. We talk is we working with many of person is the key person in that. Some of them is ex-poacher. Some of them is the ex-combatant. Some of them is commandant of ex-combatant. And at now they have very dedicated for the working with wildlife conservation in the Loser ecosystem. And this is very important thing. Pak Hambal talk about we supporting Sumatran rhino rescue in Loser ecosystem because we have big problem with Sumatran rhino. Only we only have 60 Sumatran rhino in the world right now, and the big problem is in Loser ecosystem we have two status population. The first in Western Loser, we still have the viable population, and the big problem in the Eastern Loser is the non-viable population because without poaching, all rhino in Eastern Loser will be lost, will be extinction because they will not find again their breeding in the wild. And we must capture all rhino in the Loser, in Eastern Loser for consolidation in our sanctuary in Aceh Timur. And also with the FKH Unsia, we collaborated for the construction of Sumatran rhino sanctuary in Aceh Timur. And this facility at now, we are finishing one paddock, Pak Hambal, and we hope to soon to capture the rhino from the South Aceh to transfer location to the our SS. This is a very big mission because we must capture many rhino from the field and transportation with the helicopter. This is our effort. This 2014 when we founding of FKL, and this now we have working all of the Loser area, and very good impact for the forest loss. And the forest loss is decreased year per year. And this one small success story about the patrol post, and the keyword is about the collaboration and good strategy and very hard work. And we still have the big hope and the big opportunity for the save of the wildlife in Loser ecosystem. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Pak Dedi. Please have a seat. So I would like to summarize a little bit what Pak Dedi presented to us just now, that in Loser ecosystem, the poaching, forest encroachment, and rapid deforestation accelerate the extinction of endangered animal. Thus, conservation measures should be taken such as protection of habitat, community involvement, including the restoration of Sumatran rhino population. So ladies and gentlemen, we have carefully listened to the three speakers, and now it's time to question and answer. I would like to give first three people to us, and please mention to whom is the question addressed. Okay, please. Ya, Pak Kris.
Terima kasih Pak Dedi. Saya mau tanya yang anjing ya sudah dipakai berapa lama, dan khususnya untuk sniffer dogs, the sniffer dogs untuk which, and what is the progress, or what is the advantage, what is the outcome of that?
Thank you, Chris. I will answer, but I think we have risky here. The risky is our team is the vet, and risky manage for the our canine dog. Maybe risky can support to answer to Chris.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, please.
English or Indonesia? English. Okay, my name is Rizky Aprianda. I work for Leisure Conservation Forum, or FKL, and now we work in one program is canine, unit canine leisure. We have 2 unit doggy. The name is Bodan and Levi. Bodan ras Kozi Polski from Polandia, and Levi ras is Bavarian Mountain Hound from Netherlands. And now we always training and patrol in leisure ecosystem for tracking poacher and senar for maybe tiger and activity illegal other.
Yeah, thank you very much, Pak Rizky. Any other question, please? Yeah, please, the lady from the last row. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity. Introduce, my name is Inayana Mora. I am from International Class Bachelor of Veterinary Medicine. So I wanna ask for all of speaker maybe. So many conservation programs achieve great result with the donor support. So I'm so interested to know what strategy are in place to help local communities maintain this conservation practice once external funding or assistance ends. Thank you.
So is it for the 3 of the speakers?
Yes.
Okay, please one by one, Bapak.
The question is how to maintain the what? How to maintain the conservation once the funding is stopped, yeah?
Yes.
Okay, in my program, in situ PBL, because since we started on 2018 until last year, 2024, we are surprised that especially the indigenous village, the collaborator area or collaborator place, they still implement the One Health concept and the conservation concept. So even though the funding is stopped, I mean the concept, the ideas, the knowledge, they still remain and still remain as we handle or as we implement or as we do the program like 7 years. So they still implemented the ideas and the concept. So I think there is no problem if no funding, if the funding is stopped. But if the program is benefit to them, I think they still can continue without, a big money or funding. Yeah.
Thank you. Excellent question. Because in WCS, you talk about the sustainability of the program. We often say that we consider our program success if when we leave, when WCS leave, the conservation efforts still continue. That's why it is important. Who will stay in the natural resources? The people. That's why we need to empower the community because they will stay there. They will for generations and generations. That is important to empower their capacity to protect their resources, and with the support from the local government, at least the village government, and if we talk about the economy, we also need to involve the sustainable private sector. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. For me, the biodiversity, the wildlife is only bonus. The first important thing, the forest is about the for human, like the local ecosystem. Local ecosystem, wildlife, tiger, elephant is only bonus. But the very interesting thing and the local ecosystem very important for the human. And how to make, we must make all of people care about the forest, about the local ecosystem, especially in Aceh. And someone talked to me, is my master, if you want to, you need something to everyone, you must take his heart. If you get his heart, you will get everything. Thank you.
So I think the answer is as long as you work hard and really care about the habitat and the animal and the ecosystem, then you don't have to worry about funding. So one more question, please. This row, no? This, okay, please. Yeah. Please go to the, please come forward.
Tess. Good afternoon. First of all, I want to say thank you so much for Mr. Hafandi, Ms. Anissa, and Mr. Dedi for the amazing presentations. My name is Nidovia, and my questions are directed to Mr. Hafandi. How do you make your students or audience to stay focused and engaged to you while being in the environment that they're in? And what are the challenges that you face while applying or doing this method? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the question. That's why the facilitator is very important in this concept, because the facilitator must be knowledgeable in terms how to conduct the discussion during the in-situ PBL. So that's why we have the training, especially for the facilitator, how to handle or how to conduct the discussion. Because we have to make sure that the facilitator is actually less talking compared to the student. Okay, that is the criteria for the facilitator. So for the challenges of this program, usually we perform the in-situ PBL in the rainforest area. So for example, in national park or area with the connection with the Wi-Fi is limited. So sometimes when the students are trying to get some information, especially the treatment, management, so it's limited information from them. So that's why facilitator also, they have to study first, they have to make some notes, especially the answer scheme. So if the participants or the student asks a question related with the treatment, for example, so facilitator needs to explain to the student. So the challenges is connection, especially Wi-Fi, and then other than that is, I think, it's quite okay in terms of the implementation. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Afandi. And because time is very limited, although I understand that every of us has a lot of questions to address, but I think it's time to give a big applause to the three speakers. Thank you very much, and thank you for your attention. I will get back to Pak Ubaidillah.
Thank you very much for Prof. Hambal and all speakers. But please stay on the stage. Next agenda is to honor and appreciate of our moderator and speaker. We would like to present a token of appreciation, and we kindly invite the Vice Dean of Resources and Finance Affairs of the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine to present the token to Dr. Hewan Mustafa Sabri MP. Please come to the stage. The first certificate of appreciation to Associate Professor Dr. Hafandi Ahmad. Next certificate of appreciation to Mrs. Anissa Makfira, MST. Next, certificate of appreciation to Mr. Dedi Ansha. And the certificate of appreciation to our super moderator for this session, Professor Dr. Hewan Muhammad Hambal. Take a photo sessions. In 3, 2, 1, say cheese. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the end of today's session. On behalf of the organizing committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all keynote and invited speakers for their insightful presentation and valuable contributions. We hope that today's discussion have inspired new ideas and foster collaboration among researchers, academics, and practitioners. Please be reminded that tomorrow we will continue with another series of presentation starting at 8:30 AM. Still here at Main Hall AAC Dayan Daud, USK. Once again, thank you so much for your participation. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Kepada adik fotografer, boleh minta bantuannya sebentar? Untuk foto kami. Bagusnya di mana ya? Sini apa sana?
Oh ya, sinilah.